Okay, let me check audio. See if I got on my chats going. I think I do. It got quiet for some reason. Interesting. I don't know why it got so quiet. Must be this song, for whatever reason, is one of those quieter ones. Alright, let's see. Drop frames. I think we're okay now. We had some right at the beginning, but that might be when I was opening other things for the stream. Okay, so let's see. We'll kind of show that we're here, sort of, what we're working with, kind of. So we're gonna disassemble this. Not a big disassembly, just kind of, just so we can get out of the way, so we can plop in the 980 today. Yo, Reaper, what's up? Thanks for coming by on YouTube. How's it going today? I think I'm good now. I didn't find the USB cable that I wanted, which would, if my headset starts dying, it would like allow me to. I have one that's long enough where I could like still plug in if the battery dies on my headset, and I could still like walk around, but I don't know, we'll see what's up. This thing lasts pretty good bit. It's one of these here, let me show you. One of these. So it's one of these Corsair Virtuosos. I'm not sure the exact model, but they're pretty damn impressive for like the battery life, I gotta say. And like I'm using both the mic and the sound on it, and it still impresses me with the battery life. So today we're going to, like I said, we'll tear this apart, get some light. This epic box cooler that I created, that's what we're gonna tear that apart. Well, not really tear it too much apart. It's mainly I'm taking that radiator out of it. Alright, let's see. Maybe I need this? Dude, there has to be like There has to be levels to these kind of lights, right? Like I feel like, you know, since I'm getting like the cheap ones, maybe that's why they cause way more glare than maybe the more expensive ones. So I don't know. Like I know there's levels to price and levels to power and levels to brightness and all that. That's way more than these, but like this, it's insane. Like how much like I can get this like hazy glare with these lights. All right, I am going to attempt to see if I have another webcam I can give us like a third shot, but sometimes it's a little finicky, so we're gonna try it. Which button is it? This one? Yeah, so that's gonna wake up. Give it a second. And then I probably have to like reactivate it on the OBS thing here. Yo, Reaper. I said hi earlier, but I don't know, maybe I was muted. I'm sorry. My bad. Alright, so that will be, which cam is it? Oh, this is the OBS bot. And then I go properties. And there we go. Boom. Alright, so now it's a little high. I wonder if I should, I mean, it's not drunk. It's a little high. I don't know. Maybe I'm the one that's fucking high. Is that better? This thing feels so delicate. I don't like messing with it. Like, let me show what I'm talking about, if I can. Move this off to the side. No, don't do that. All right, where is it? See, this thing's quite delicate feeling, like, cause it's supposed to be motorized, so you can like have it track you and all kinds of stuff, but because of that, when it's not in motorized state, it just kind of like flings around too easy. And then this is one of those old school Razers that I actually don't know. Sometimes, like this one actually surprises me, like how much abuse it's taken over the years. Buddy. Hi, buds. You want to say hi? Here, come here. You're already up? You just barely took a nap. Say hi. Hi. Hi, everybody. Hi. Say what's up. So I just took a nap. So I got my own stuff to do. This is daddy stuff. All of this right here. This is daddy stuff, right? Okay. I'll let you get back to what you want to do. Where's mommy at? Mommy and Saturn. Oh, okay, full time. That's good. All right, so that's my son. Now, so it's not, I don't think any of the cameras are freezing. So I think we're good. I think we're good there. Yo, James Bond. 007 up in the house. What's going on, fam? Holy shit. Welcome on in. It's a privilege and an honor to have you in the chat, good sir. All right, let's see. So as long as these aren't freezing, sometimes when I try to use too many webcams, like at least one of them will freeze, but so far we're good. So I guess, you know, if you see any of them freezing or whatever, feel free to let me know. And then, I don't know. Once it starts freezing though, I usually end up having to like just turn it off. Like there's not a whole lot I can do except for restarting the stream. Because when it locks up, even deactivating and reactivating, which seems to work good when it comes to my capture card, that one I can like deactivate and reactivate and it'll come right back. But my webcam setup, we might be pushing my PCI lanes that's going through the chipset. We might be pushing those to the limit with all the hard drives and devices I have, I guess. So now, the only thing we really need to do here, so welcome everybody. Today we got to get this out of the way. This is something we were playing with the last couple of days. It was just like a cheesy fun thing to do where we were able to add ice to the air flow of that goes to our 120 millimeter liquid cooler on this old OG GTX Titan. This is the first Titan, so it only has 6 gigs of RAM. It's basically 700 series generation tech. And you know, we got some good scores on 3D Mark, and we got a modest, you know, I'd say semi-respectable overclock on it. But it feels like there's still a lot left on the table. That's probably mostly due to my inexperience, like, you know, because there's things you can tweak, things you can do that can help give you another 20 points or whatever on overclock or something. I don't know. And so the combo of Jones and our setup, we were not able to get it done, but that's okay. It was a lot of fun. We're going to come back to this probably. I think we'll come back when we're testing. So this test bench is got a 7700K CPU. But we have another test bench that I can try with a 5950X in it that hopefully can help us push a little bit more. It's probably not going to be a huge amount more, but you know, a little bit more, that's fine. It's all good. Really? Well, why don't you have a snack, buddy? I'm just unhooking the Noctua fan inside of here. Dude, this fucking through bolt is like stripped and acting funky. Oh, got one more. One more, and we'll be good. There we go. And then, I don't know, we're gonna have too many fans now. We can unhook some if we need to, but too many fans, or we're gonna have just the right amount of fans to blow air all over the 980. Okay, so here's the beautifully disgusting contraption that we built a couple days ago. 140 fans on the front of a Gotham steel pan set box. 120 millimeter, well actually a little more than that so you can fit the radiator through there. But that's for the 120 millimeter radiator at the back. And then, you know, you just fill it full of ice or ice packs or whatever, you know, and then blow the air, compress the air a little bit more this way, and then have these exhausting this air pulling through that radiator so you can get some cold air. And if you can get your temperatures low enough, a lot of times it can help you kind of, you know, boost your clocks up a little bit. Especially if you have experience with overclocking and you've never done something like this. If you already, like, you know, kind of know how to tinker, you know, better than I do, let's say, which is not saying much, but if you got a little more experience than me, and then you add something like this to cool up your GPU real good, yeah, you can get some good numbers, man. So let's just put this out of the way. Alright, so now I can get this box completely out of the way. We don't need this anymore. Okay, I don't know why YouTube, my chat here for me to like monitor chat. It keeps like resetting to top messages, so it's kind of confusing to me. All right, let me see. I need a coaster. This is kind of icy. All right. That's a crap ton of fans. At some point, you know, there's not much more airflow can do for you. You know what I mean? The temperature is the temperature. But I don't know. I like my fans. Where the hell is? No way. Now who took my screwdriver? I'll just use this one. I had another one that's not so heavy in case I drop it on the freaking motherboard or something. This one's pretty heavy. So pop on the lights. Ooh, more drop frames. Just what I wanted. Pop off the power just in case before we yank it out of there. Alright, so just gonna depress the power button a little bit. See if I can get some of the residual oh no energy out of there. This. I gotta turn this thing off before I accidentally get a copy strike with this random music. There we go. So shout out to what the stream background music is by Carl KC. Whitebot audio on YouTube, but I happened to have I had another TV that was running like those chill tune things with like the frog on it, so I didn't want that getting picked up by accident. Alright, so here's the beast, the warrior, the OG, right here. Guess we'll just take this off too. This is the first Titan. Remember, there's been several Titans after this one, but this was the first that NVIDIA released. So their first foray into it was kind of around the 700 series release time as well. So, you know, in a lot of ways it's pretty similar to those, but you know, the Titans, this Titan was more different from like a 780 Ti than what like the Titan X was versus like the 980 Ti, or Titan XP was versus the 1080 Ti, things like that, you know, because this was the one where they, you know, kind of hyped up that it could do floating point or whatever the hell the big deal was back then, and then they started like cutting those away from the other ones later. But this is not stock. This is not how it came. This is after I removed the air cooler, I installed, at the time, one of the few that I could find readily available. So I just grabbed it. And this thing is amazing. For the abuse this Arctic 120 cooler has been through, like, it shouldn't be working anymore, but it still does, and it should be completely out of liquid, but it's not. So really amazing product, if I'm honest. Came with a back plate. You had to, like, you know, do everything yourself. You had to cut the thermal pads. It came with thermal pads, but you had to cut them to fit. It left the bottom naked. So then if you wanted, then you would have to add RAM sinks yourself, which some of them you can see are missing. That's how much abuse this has been through. It's only a 120, so but these didn't get that hot anyway, so, but it was really good. A lot of nostalgia on this poor thing. Alright, let me find a safe haven for this GPU to rest, because I don't want to kill it. It means a lot to me. The only thing that has slightly deteriorated on that is that we've had some, it feels like I don't know if it's the card or the fan itself. I think more or less it's probably the card itself, but like the built-in fan controller that you plug the radiator fan into, that replaces the blower fan that used to be on it, that's not handling the 120 fan as good. It like runs very slow, and it doesn't react well to like any kind of fan controller software that I've tried. So that's been kind of a bummer. Alright, so with the mini cameras, you can tell there's a lot going on, but that's because we've been through a lot of things in the last few days. And you can't see, but I'm just gonna grab off camera a little bit. I'm still kind of on camera, but mostly off. I'm gonna grab the 980 out of this cube of a PC I have over here. And it currently is in a, let's see, I believe it's a 4790K CPU, Intel, and it's a little ITX motherboard, a little ASRock Z270 motherboard, and a 750 watt Corsair power supply. So nice little, since it's an ITX, nice little, you know, entertainment center build. but you know, definitely a little bit showing its age. But I still have fun with it. And except for any of the newer stuff that has like, you know, forced ray tracing and stuff like that, I can still run a ton of stuff on here if I, you know, turn things down, because it's hooked up to a 1080 monitor. And let's see. The only thing that's a little difficult on this motherboard is getting to slot sometimes. There we go. Nah, we got it. No problem. Alright, so let me, as Flossie Carter would say, let me do a wipe down for dramatic effect. Because of all the smudges probably and dust. And then, you know, like Butterfinger it and like throw it into a monitor. Alright, so just a regular 980. So these are what, 4 gigabytes? You get 3 display ports. You get an HDMI and a DVI. Pardon me. So now we can take this away because we're not worried about RAM sinks falling, and we're not worried about leaks from a radiator. And for anybody that hasn't lurked before here, or any VOD viewers that start here and not like a different video, what I'm doing in this multi-part series is I'm just having fun, kind of like going down memory lane and checking out all of the GPUs that I still have. There might be a few here or there that are part of my history that maybe something happened, or maybe I gave away, or built something for a family member. But I'm going through kind of like my history with GPUs. So by now, since we're at the 900 series with a 980, we've went through a bunch. We started all the way back at like an X1300. We started back here, which is not the oldest GPU that I started with. It's just the oldest that I currently still have, right? So there you go. And I did play like OG beta Notch by himself days of Minecraft on this, and yeah, it could still have trouble. I still remember some lag and stuff, but it got me through it. And then it wasn't long around that time that I got hooked, and I really wanted to like jump into some, you know, much better gaming. So this is a 560. A lot of humidity damage from storage, so that's unfortunate. This got all kind of messed up, but whatever. A PNY XLR8. That MSI, that AMD was actually, or ATI was an MSI card. So that was before AMD. That was like right at the end of just pure ATI days, I believe. Before they got like mostly integrated with AMD Radeon or whatever the hell it was called. But then we moved on. Let's see, where is it? To these were very close in time frame, because I ended up keeping the 680 for myself. That was for me, and then I got a HD630 for a separate build that I ended up making for my daughter. So that's you know, there's some classic stuff here too, I suppose. But this 680, man, this was such a cool card. So the 560 and the 7870, they're dead. We tried them. We tried to bring them back with a couple of different, you know, things. And and both of these seem to be dead. But the 680 is still kicking. So we played Doom and Doom Eternal. Yo, what's up, Liquid? What's going on? What's good, man? Thank you for dropping by. How's your day going so far? And then, so after the 680, when the 700 series started leaking and being announced, I jumped at the Titan. So that's what this is. I don't know where the air cooler is at the moment, but I jumped at this and also jumped at the opportunity to throw this janky but very industrial, and it still runs, liquid cooler on it. And I love this first Titan here, but it's got a gnarly back plate here. It was a kit that, you know, it saved you some money. Like there were maybe a few others, but like for the price, this was the kit right here, because you had to do it all yourself basically. Like even the thermal pads, and even like there's a plastic sheet that you put in between some of this stuff in the thermal pads, so you don't damage parts on the PCB that don't get thermal pad. And then you had to match like certain thicknesses in certain places and all that kind of stuff. So, and then today is the day where we technically, when the 900 series came out, I also was a bit of, you know, I was a little bit over enthusiastic, we'll say, because I jumped right in and got the Titan X of that generation, and then I also got this 980 right around that same time. And so I remember that was a lot of ramen noodles back then, a lot of cup of noodles. But how's everything, Liquid? How's Solid doing? Is that your main rig? Oh, what's up, Hamad? Thanks for coming by. Appreciate you as well. No, this used to be my main rig. So like I'm streaming on a different system that has like a new X870e system and all that. But these are things that I kept from all of my history leading up to what I use now today. So this is just a trip down memory lane, basically. Well, I appreciate you guys dropping by so much. It means a lot, because this is a lot of fun for me, and I know a lot of you guys also are either, you know, you're either into, you know, tinkering with stuff like this, or you two have quite a few different things, or maybe you're like shopping around. So there's that too. So the 980 only uses the 6-pin of your PCI power connectors, not an 8-pin. So it only needs 2 6-pins. And then where's my capture card? Here we go. And then, like I said, it has plenty of ports. Like you got, you know, like as far as options, you got 3 DisplayPort, 1 HDMI, and 1 DVI. So you're covered with options. You only have 4 gigabytes of VRAM on it, so you know obviously that can limit you, depending on the resolution of your displays and all that. But for its time, not bad. I love this card in its time. PC repair. Oh yeah, I do too. Yeah, I'm still, you know, Like as far as like I can do some repair, but like I love watching the guys that know how to like solder things. I'm not, you know, I do solder a little, but I don't do a ton of that at all. So I like watching a lot of those guys that do that. In fact, my favorite, let me find, well, see if he even uploads anything. It might be a while since he's uploaded. There it is. How do you share the? Oh, there you go. That's how you do it. Copy link. Go back to my chat. Oh, it always goes to top messages. Paste. There you go. That's my favorite like repair channel. For, I mean, he does mostly GPUs, but like I love watching his channel and any channels that do like the soldering and then they'll desolder and stuff and they time lapse it. Those are a lot of fun, so I recommend those channels a lot. I might try to get into soldering one day, like on some older parts that I don't really care that much about, so that way, you know, because since I'm an amateur, if I screw it up, it's not going to be a big deal. But as far as like this kind of stuff, like tearing one of these apart and soldering things or desoldering things, probably not. The most I'll do on this is obviously clean it, thermal paste, thermal pads, change the cooler, stuff like that, whatever. Consume a lot of power, which is a deal breaker for me. Some of them do, but like compared to like, so like for like, don't get me wrong, the newer cards, obviously you can get more performance from lower tiers because they're the newest cards, right? But like if you compare like what this represented back then, right? Like the level of this generation's power that this represented versus like the 80 or 70 Ti series today. Oh my gosh, this does not take even close to the amount of power to run as those. 1080 Ti is the GOAT. That's my favorite card of all time. Like I love the Titans, but like my favorite is the 1080 Ti, baby. That's my favorite. That's the GOAT. That is the GOAT. Still to this day, I have no problem with saying, you know, if you get a good deal on a 1080 Ti, go ahead and grab it. Yo, Gaurav, what's up, dude? Oh yeah, soldering is definitely something I would have to work up to. I need some study. I need a teacher. Give less stress in PC, 1080p gaming or 2K high. Oh, do you mean like 1080p ultra versus like 2K high? Yeah, I don't know, man. It depends on the game, you know. It absolutely depends on the game. Like if the game is stacked, then 1080p ultra could like, you know, break shit, right? It just doesn't matter, right? But if it's, you know, more reasonable, then yeah, you know, then 1080p because of the resolution. Legend, you have Titan card. The card looks so damn good. Yeah. I love Titan cards, but I only have 2 Titan cards. So like the more beautiful looking Titan cards, like the 2000 series Titan, what was it, like, was it the Titan RTX or something? That one's got like the gold. I don't have that one. I wanted that one so bad, but I I just couldn't justify it. Couldn't do it. So Gaurav, I really think it depends on the game, and I don't have a good memory when it comes to like individual settings on certain games. I do know the reputation. Like for example, I feel like Cyberpunk 2027 ultra settings, even at 1080p, will probably be heavier than a lot of other games high settings on 2K. You know what I mean? And then remember, the higher your resolution, it's not just that it might take more work out of the GPU, but then you're like running into like you need more VRAM. So it will also depend on VRAM, because you might be hitting that limit. And sometimes when you're hitting VRAM limit, it's not like you can have a beast card and it still perform like your card is shit just because of VRAM, you know? Like let's say you had, you know, like this one's only 4 gigabytes of VRAM, right? There's probably some games that if I could solder more VRAM to this, that it would probably still be okay. You know what I mean? But because of that 4 gigabytes of VRAM limit, it can easily start having problems if you hit that. So I don't know. It's kind of confusing to me, but that's like how I dumb it down for myself. $3060, yeah, you get that 12 gig. Yep. And you can, yeah, you can definitely do 1440 on that one. Yeah, I agree with that, Hamad. Just saw something. 3070 given 80 FPS, hell divers, and 90 plus in 2K, both high presets. 14 beams become G dependent more. Yeah, so Hamad has a good point, Gaurav. So sometimes it could be your CPU that's holding you back. So a lot of times it's not just whether or not you're using ultra settings and stuff like that. Like, you know, like just pushing up your resolution, pushing up, you know, ultra or whatever. As long as you're getting a frame rate that feels good to you, you can have a lot more stable experience with a lot more consistent frame rate sometimes, depending on your CPU, if you put more of that work on your GPU. And the way you do that is you know, you can turn up resolution sometimes, or sometimes you just turn up, you know, ultra settings and things like that. And the more you like offload things to that, and it will naturally lower your FPS, because that's what the higher settings do. But by lowering the FPS, you're getting better visual quality. As long as you're not having any kind of latency, as long as it feels smooth and consistent. Sometimes by offloading away from the CPU, trying to like, you know, keep up with like high frame rate, by doing that, sometimes you can have a much better experience. So that's a good point, Hamad. Good point. All right, so I'm gonna try to turn this on. So I'm gonna overdo it with the fans. Forgive me. It's gonna look janky. But we're going to be trying for some 3D Mark scores. That's what I've been doing with all the GPUs from my past that I've been loading up. Is I've been going through and, you know, just getting into 3D Mark. You know, seeing what kind of scores we can get or whatever. And it's been a pretty fun ride. We've had some pretty damn good scores, man. I tell you what. For the age of some of this stuff. Obviously, you know, just, you know, keep it real. We've been comparing it with, you know, things of that same generation, obviously. But, let me see. Let me see. Okay, this is gonna fall. Just a heads up. So. What the hell am I doing? Okay, let's put that there. Not enough fans, baby. This thing's gonna take off. Where's my keyboard? The keyboard's over there. Okay. Oh, turn on the power supply. Give it a second. Go. That was this fan. This one. This was the culprit. So let's see. We get a little bit there. A little bit there. Dude. Fan City, baby. Yeah. Yo, welcome on in. What is that? Attila? Thanks for dropping by. Appreciate you. Do you think it's a good idea to buy 750 watt if you use only 450 watt? If the PSU has hybrid mode, maybe the PSU's fans won't wear out since they won't spin and you can use it longer. I mean, here's the... You might be asking the wrong person. When it comes to power supplies, I just always have a habit of like erring on the safe side. And I know that this is going to sound like a lot of people take this and like it sounds dumb, right? Because yes, you can definitely, like, as long as you're above the amount that you use, like your max usage, like you got to calculate that, right? Not just your idle usage, but obviously 450 watt, there's very few things that would idle at 450 watts. But if that is the max that your stuff could use, no matter what, counting all your fans and everything else, you know, you may not need to jump up to 750 watts. I like to have some headroom when it comes to power supplies. So for me, if I'm using 450 watts, I would definitely want a 750 watt power supply. And even the other thing that I have that, you know, like I said, I might not be the right person for you to ask. I don't like using hybrid modes. I like my power supplies to have a steady flow of air going, because I like my power supplies to stay as cool as possible for as long as possible, right? Like, I know it sucks if your fan goes out on the power supply. That's a problem. That's true. You're right. So hybrid mode could be saving your fan, but personally, I'd rather my fan in a power supply go out, right? Like, this is just, you know, I know it sounds stupid, but I'd rather the potential of my fan kind of getting noisy because it's like going bad, and you know, I hear that and I'm like, oh shit, my fan's going bad. I'd rather that than the power supply run hotter, just because I have the fan on silent mode a lot. I don't know, that's just me. But so it's a case-by-case thing, Attila, and I would definitely like look into, like, do YouTube searches for, like, you know, some of these good channels like Hardware Unbox, Gamers Nexus, stuff like that. And when they talk about power supplies and like what you should pair with things, they'll have a lot better of a recommendation than me. But if I was recommending someone, do everything you can to get a 750 watt so that you have a comfortable and safe headroom, that your power supply isn't like struggling and all that kind of stuff. And then just personally, I do not use hybrid modes ever. Sorry. I know that's probably just a lot of mumbo jumbo for me, but that's how I handle it. Because technically speaking, you know, the fan is the least of your concerns with a power supply. You know, like, if obviously if that goes out and then you're like hitting like max load, then yeah, your power supply is going to overheat, and then yeah, you're going to have a catastrophic problem there. But That's not why I buy power supplies. That's not the way I calculate it. Like, to me, whether it has hybrid mode or not is not a thing. I want 750 watts on a 450 watt using machine because it gives me those extra 300 watts. You see what I mean? Even if it doesn't have hybrid mode, I want minimum 750 watt personally. Sorry, Hamad, I'm very slow when I answer questions. Sorry. I have 1060. Struggle managing VRAM in games like before. Oh, okay. Most of the time I face the VRAM limitation even after, and I can do high settings and utilize 4 GB of VRAM. Yeah, I know, man. It's like, that's the thing. So like this 980, we might struggle with some things because of that, because it's only 4 GB. But then on other things, we might, you know, be running like surprisingly well, and that's because it's not using a bunch of VRAM. So it's definitely going to depend on the use case of whether or not it's a high VRAM usage or not type of a situation. See, I got to tie that in there so we don't. I don't want that coming off and like landing on my toe and chopping my toe up, man. That would suck. So, yo, what's good? Cacao. Welcome on in, Cacao. Thanks for dropping by. Appreciate everybody that came by, that's coming by today. Appreciate you guys. Thank you so much. Appreciate lurkers too. So if you just like to sit back and, you know, laugh at all my mistakes, I appreciate you chilling very much. Alright, what we got here? I'm good. How are you, Cacao? Hey, you're welcome, Attila. But yeah, definitely check out, search up, you know, obviously you probably have your own channels you like to watch. But I definitely love to recommend Hardware Unboxed. I recommend Gamers Nexus, Jay's 2 cents. Now his name, sometimes I screw it up. Sometimes I don't know if he spells out the number or what he does, right? But anyway, you'll find them. Those, and if you search their name plus like power supply, those and many other YouTubers have like a ton of videos where they like go through like how much wattage do you need for your computer, right? And they just have a better way of explaining it probably than I do. And then for someone like me, like for example, this system, I think so far the highest usage we've got to was like 330, 340, and I still have a 750 watt power supply on it. It's a bronze. It's not a gold rated. It's a bronze, 80 plus bronze, EVGA, RIP EVGA. But I just feel so much more comfortable, and I would never try to like. It just makes me too scared. Like if you're using 450 watts, for me it would make me nervous to say 600 watts. Even though technically that's plenty. The 750 watt, whether it has hybrid or not, is just safer. Yeah, those help me a lot. That's where, you know, that's where I test like things out. Like when I go shopping, like for Hardware Unboxed, like if I'm shopping for a GPU, whether it be used or new, I go to their channel because they have a bunch of charts. You know, you can always search like Tom's Hardware and things like that to find charts and GPU tier lists. But I love Hardware Unboxed because I'm like more visual and I like to hear it being said at the same time. And they have a ton of charts where they just show you how these things, like they test 1080, they test 1440, they test 4K, and it gives you a better idea. Yeah, you're welcome. Thank you for coming by. And thanks for the dropping your Discord, Cacao. That's cool. But I'm probably good. I just do my own thing, and I don't want to like lock into anything too serious yet. Yo, Jasco or Jascole, thanks so much for dropping by. Hello to you. Make sure I have headroom above mention. Yeah. See, like Hamad's kind of saying the same thing, I guess. Thank you, Hamad. It's just more comfortable. Give you that, makes you feel like you're, because especially when you get to these newer GPUs, and maybe even CPUs as well, but we mostly hear it from GPUs. When you get to these newer ones, some of them have these like heavier spikes out of nowhere, right? Than like what older ones maybe used to do, right? And those heavier spikes, sometimes they're so fast you might not even notice them on your like battery backup or like, I'm using like a kilowatt. Kilowatts are pretty quick. They're faster. Like this can see changes in the watts used, like to like a second or whatever. Whereas like my battery backup, my UPS, it's not as fast, so it doesn't see like those high spikes. But they do happen for newer GPUs, and so like having that extra headroom, gives you that peace of mind, because it definitely can, come out of nowhere on you. The fuck, we got a little convention going on out here. Oh, they're selling. Okay. Yeah, appreciate it, Joskell. All right, so let me see if I can get, I want to see if I can get into, it looks like this thing like came to life, so we might be good to go to do some tests on this 980. I didn't see any problems with it, so that is good. And then I can show the capture. I do have a capture card for this, so in a moment it might cover up some of the cameras. My apologies, but there's only so much I can show at once, I think. Maybe I could leave this one kind of to show. This is what everybody wants to see. This is what y'all came to see right here. That's what you wanted to see right there. What games you into? Resident Evil. Oh, I love Resident Evil, but I suck at those, man. Those games are like, I don't know. I guess it depends on the type of games you're used to. Those games can be kind of difficult. So, I love those games. So I love watching other people play them because I suck at them so much. Far Cry, GTA, yeah, Borderlands. Yeah, I like that stuff too. My favorite Borderlands is probably Borderlands 2. Borderlands 2 or Borderlands 1. I like it a lot too, but I think I really started to like it more when they did that enhanced edition or whatever the hell it was. But like, I guess to expand on that, I'm a big Fallout fan. I'm a big Souls fan. Like I started with Demon Souls when Demon Souls was new, so I'm like an OG Souls fan. I'm not a great Souls player, but that game, to me, I know I'm a Souls fan because even though I suck at it, I love to play those games, right? Whereas there's a ton of games that I kind of am okay at, but like if it's even the slightest bit like a hiccup here or there, I'm like, nah, fuck this, I don't want to do this anymore. But I love the Souls games. I've played a good bit of Elden Ring, but again, because there's just not enough time for everything. So I do like Elden Ring. Bloodborne was huge for me. I love that. Infamous. So I like PC and console games, so that might be a little bit dicey for some people. I want a lot of my favorite PlayStation games to start hitting PC. So like the Infamous series, I need that. I need Infamous on PC. You know, if Sucker Punch could just fucking listen to the fans, give us Infamous on PC, please. PC, my FPS are still down low. Oh, really? Okay. Well, I mean, it depends on your specs. So there's a lot going on, Jaskell. So just keep in mind, there's obviously your specs are going to be the ultimate. What should you get out of your PC, right? Excuse me. So what I would recommend is like checking out, I don't know if you saw the channels I recommended to Attila, but Hardware Unboxed specifically. But if you look up your GPU in their charts, it can kind of tell you what you should be getting out of your PC, right? And then if you're not getting that level of performance, then, you know, it could be any number of things. You know, if your temperatures are high, maybe you just need, you know, maybe you need to reapply thermal paste on something, you know. Hopefully not the GPU, because that's a little bit harder. But if your CPU is getting too hot, you might just need to, you know, wipe some new thermal paste on that sucker and mount the cooler back on it. It could be driver issues. Maybe you need to update drivers. There's a lot of things that could be going on. Maybe if it's a Steam game, you might want to verify the integrity of the game cache. There's a lot of cool stuff you can check. Indie survival, yeah, I like that too, man. I definitely do, because I mean, anything like even Minecraft, I like Minecraft. I'm fine with Minecraft, dude. So yeah, indie survival games are fun as fuck. Yeah, Elder Scrolls. Oh yeah, I like Elder Scrolls. I almost forgot. I'm good with the Elder Scrolls. 9800 X3D and a 5070. Yeah. So okay, all right, good. That, by given that information, you should be rocking and rolling, my dude. The 5070. Don't get me wrong, it is not a 4090. I hope we all know that. But it is a good card. I have one. I have a 5070 right here. I got a PNY. You know, the RGB X thing that they got here, whatever that's called, the Epic X. I got a 5070 here. This thing will rock and roll, no problem. Now, two things. It's the lower tier of the 5000 series stuff. So pushing 4K, you know, game by game basis, but a lot of times, you know, you're probably not going to be pushing 4K that much. Some of the ray tracing stuff might overload it. So it could be just some weird setting that I notice sometimes when I go to Cyberpunk 2077. Another thing that happens to me, even when I have RTX GPUs in there, like a 5070, sometimes my copy of Cyberpunk from Steam, for whatever reason, will turn on FSR from AMD. And so it could be doing something funky in your settings. So check your game settings. Also drivers, right? NVIDIA has some shitty drivers, guys. So I think the newest of new drivers, I think, is doing much better. So check your NVIDIA drivers. Also, AMD has also had some CPU driver issues with X3D chips. Make sure your BIOS and stuff is all the way updated, and make sure your chipset drivers are all the way updated. So, you know, some little bit of homework there. Learn to use it with that burner. Yeah. Because then, yeah, Hamad will help you out, man. That's good. Yeah, because you can see what's going on. Because that could be the other thing. Maybe if your GPU is overheating, it could be a bad thermal paste job from the factory. You know, and or, you know, obviously, you know, check your CPU temperature. Maybe get hardware info as well. Get it from a legit source, either straight from hardware info, or I forget the other place that's legit. But you know, that way you can see your temps. If anything's like going crazy, then it could just be something as simple as a thermal pad or thermal paste that needs to be fixed. Developer mode says limited by main thread. You shouldn't be with that CPU. Really? Developer mode. Windows developer mode, or like something else, like the game developer mode or whatever. Yeah. The other thing that there is problems sometimes with Windows, you know, depending on if you're on Windows 10 or you're on Windows 11, or, you know, if you happen to be running something else, sometimes the X3D chips, you know, act a little funky. The 9800 X3 is supposed to be one of the more straightforward ones because it's only got that one CCD or whatever, and it gets all of the cache. But every now and then it's just, you know, it's just looked at differently maybe. It could be a chipset driver thing going on. Hopefully you don't have to RMA anything, but sometimes that's what you got to do as well. On Flight Simulator? Oh, okay, yeah. Well, you're going to things that are over my head now, you know, because yeah, Flight Simulator can give you a crap ton of data. So that's starting to. But what Hamad is saying, you can use these other things to get more information that is just like straightforward, and it just tells you what's up, right? Like you can see your voltages on everything, all your temperatures, you know, your power draw, all of it, you know what I mean? So but right, yeah. Yeah, if you don't mind, you know, drop your full specs there. It might help me, you know, or Hamad, it might help us kind of think things through. And then we also, you know, we have people that come in and out that, you know, they're doing the same thing that we are. They tinker with all this stuff, so tons of people might see it that are just lurking, and then maybe someone would speak up or whatever. Because, you know, there's motherboard considerations, stuff like that. I've even had situations where like the problem wasn't the CPU or the motherboard or the GPU, right? For my performance issues, wasn't really the operating system, even though it kind of was. And maybe if I reinstall Windows or something, which I don't want to do ever. I hate doing that. So I almost never do that. But I've had situations where it just happened to be two USB devices that didn't like each other, or one USB port was just whatever. Maybe it was shorting out, who the fuck knows. But if I had something plugged in there, my system was garbage. Like, that's the thing with PC building and troubleshooting, is it could be a lot of things. So, all right, I'm gonna sit down a little bit. So sorry, I kind of sink a little lower. And let me close a few things before I share my capture. And then I might even open up, for example, hardware info, just in case anybody lurking hasn't seen it before, and just, you know, show kind of what Hamad is talking about, where you can see information in these other programs. I don't have MSI Afterburner, but that is a good tool as well. That's a really good tool. Where's my, okay, oh, I gotta turn on, so I might disappear. I'm trying to share a lot of different things here, so forgive me if something freezes. Okay, we're still good. I think we're still good. Oh man, this is good. Oh, I can't believe we're streaming all these cameras at the same time. Let's go. Alright, so let me move this. Let me move this around here. Hey, that's a good point. If you're using if you're adding mods like Flight Simulator vanilla can be heavy depending on your settings. It can murder systems depending on your settings and depending on which edition it is, obviously. But if you add in if you add in any mods, good gravy, dude. Also, don't discount that some of this new features that NVIDIA is boasting about. I don't know. I haven't played Flight Simulator, but there are games that just don't like some of these new features. You know, like, you know, for example, multi-frame gen stuff on certain games that don't explicitly like code for it. You might, like, if you were to do an FPS counter, you might be getting 200 FPS, but the game is still like a mess because it's like it doesn't handle it well, you know. And those frames are fake anyway, so that sometimes that could be just some kind of weird setting, you know. The same with ray tracing, you know. That stuff can be fucked up too. Alright, so where is my capture? Oh, it's still up there? Alright, whatever. So here you can see, like, with hardware info, obviously you can see like what your information, like your default info. But like with programs like this, you can like come in here and then, I don't need this, but you can see your active clocks and all that crap. But I can come in here and it's like, to me, it's kind of overload. This right here is overload. Like, so you've got your, you know, how much RAM you're using, how much memory, how much virtual memory, you know, what your clocks are, temperatures for your CPU. So this is a 7700K. So you can see like the current temperature for it is 30, but if I hit this and expand, you know, I can see the, you know, per core obviously. And then because a bad paste job sometimes will show up. A bad paste job will sometimes show up where you have one core is way higher than other cores, right? And that could be, you know, like a problem with your cooling situation, right? And then you can see what your maximums are. And then obviously we haven't opened up 3D Mark or anything yet. So then you would be able to see like, well, how far does my temperatures go? You can see motherboard temperatures. Let's scroll down. And then same with like your GPU. And some GPUs will have more sensors than other. So it might depend on your GPU, obviously. But with like your GPU, you can see what your temperature is, what your hotspot. So you can see this one is running at 31, 32 degrees. But our hotspot so far is at 45, right? All your voltages. So, you know, it helps a lot when you troubleshoot things, because then you can, even if you don't know about this stuff, you can tell someone, or you can go to a forum and give them this info, or they can tell you, hey, what is your this? Tell me what your core, what your vCore is at right now. And then sometimes that helps them tell you, oh, your problem is this. So I usually don't have it running when I'm doing 3D Mark because it kind of potentially slows things down. Let's see if our, I want to see without having to do driver, just display driver uninstaller or anything. I want to see if 3D Mark sees our 980. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I wish I had a 4090. I want one of those so bad. Still won't use all your GPU, CPU, and said they're a mess. Yeah, exactly. It's so frustrating because you can have like such a fucking sweet build, but if you happen to like unoptimized games, like if the games that are your favorites to play and they happen to be like unoptimized ones for your particular combination of parts, it could be like really screwed up, man. So it does see the 980. So we're gonna go ahead and test, and then we may go ahead and do a fresh install of the drivers. But I just want to see. I want to see what we get with this 980. Let's try. So let's do Still Nomad Lite because we can compare it to like a very aging integrated graphics in real time. So, and there goes my mouse double clicking again. So for example, we can do, right now we're going to get 3 FPS, right? Because we're going to use the integrated graphics, the HD630. And we are going to run Still Nomad Lite. Not even regular Still Nomad, but the Lite version. And it's going to be a choppy mess. But that could set us our baseline to see, well, does the 980 do any better? I mean, it's an older card now, right? So yeah, that's true. I have a bad habit of because I do like, unfortunately sometimes the games that I like might be, kind of like smaller game companies, and they don't have the resources to optimize for every combination of parts. So yeah, more RGB to get more FPS. Just try that. Yeah, we just, if I could turn on some more RGB here, we might actually get 6 FPS instead of 3 right now. But anyway, Gskill, I'm kind of doing a multi-part series, and I will, at the end of it, we're going to end up at the 5070 is where we're going to end at. But right now, we're kind of in the middle of my history with GPUs. Like, I'm just going through my, going down memory lane. I started way back with the oldest GPU that I physically still have from my past. So we started with an ATI X1300. Then we went to a GTX 560. Then we did an HD7870. Those happened to be dead, unfortunately. Storage was not kind to them. And then we went from that to we went to the GTX 680. And then after that we did the OG Titan with the liquid cooler on it. And then now we're on to the 980. And then after this we have a Titan X that we have to test as well, that has a liquid cooler on it. So there you go. Average of 3 FPS for the integrated GPU on a 7700K Intel processor. 409. Is that's still my... Dude, did someone beat my score? No fucking way. Hold on, fam. No, they did not. No, that's me, right? The 409 is me, right? Let me see. They better not have beat my score. That's gonna suck, dude. That's the only claim to fame I have, is that my iGPU was the best. What the heck? Why they gotta do me dirty like that, man? 3D still Nomad Light DX12 630. Oh no, it's me. Never mind. Never mind. All right, so let's get rid of. Let's get rid of this one. Let's hide that result. I don't want to like trash the leaderboards too much. $330s, $340s. All right, 409. Jonesy dude, number one, iGPU on still Nomad Light. All right, so now we saw how crappy that ran, right? Can the 980 run this at all? The Titan didn't like the color space coding of this, of still Nomad. So it was not even able to display it properly. So when I did the OG Titan, it did like this weird tie-dye psychedelic, like glitched image, right? It still ran, but like you can't see what was going on. So this is, again, a GTX 980. It's only got 4 gigabytes of VRAM. We're on DX12 for still Nomad Light. Can it even run it? Let's see. So, and if I haven't already said it, happy Saturday to everybody. And I'm just going to repeat myself again. Thanks so much for everybody for coming by. No matter how much time you have, even if it's just you drop in, say something and lurk, or even if you just lurk mode, I appreciate it. Keep doing what you do. It is much appreciated. Alright, so we got a loading. Hey, the 980, look at that. So if you're an OG back in the day console player like me, talking about the Xbox 360 and PS3 days, or maybe older, there was many a game that ran at 30 FPS. So technically, that would be playable. That would be playable if this was a game. So congrats to the 980. It's actually going through, and as long as it doesn't crash before the test ends, we will have a score. So good on the GTX 980. Dude, can we push this card? Can we? Can we adjust anything? I don't know. Oh, that's another goodie. I liked Dying Light 1. Yes, I did. I did play that. Yep, I actually played that one quite a bit. Oh, look at that. Not bad. Now we're not even close to what would be considered middle of the road for this combo of hardware, because middle of the road scores are in the 4400s. We only got a 4100. We got 4107. And then obviously top dog score is 4777. So, you know, not in that contention. But again, the fact that the 980 still pulling it out at a what would be considered a playable FPS, I think we're good to go. I think that's okay. No problems. So it looks like I got a delivery. So just give me 1 second. I'm gonna have this test run again, but first let me snap a picture Let me snap a photo of this score in case I want to add it to the spreadsheet, because I'm trying to keep a spreadsheet of testings that I do with these different cards, just to, you know, have some information in case anybody's interested one day. Alright, let's see if Precision will open. Sometimes this won't open until I do a clean install of the drivers. The Long Dark. Oh yeah, I've had that on my wish list for the longest time and just never picked it up yet. So definitely need to try to pick that up. Alright, so we're gonna do like unlimited power limit and GPU temps just to see what's up. And then I'm gonna tell the fan to run at 100% like that, right? And then we're gonna try this again, okay guys? Well, actually, let's see what the temps were. Average temp was 58, so it wasn't working as hard as it could. So let's see what happens. Alright, be right back. Dude, Hamad, I'm sorry, man. I was just about to step away to get a delivery. Thanks so much for hanging out, Hamad. I think I still got your message, even though YouTube nuked it. So I'll go back and look at it. It looks like, sorry about that. I don't know why YouTube does that. That's not my settings. I'm not. That's not on purpose. Just to let you know. But definitely, thanks so much for hanging out. Thanks for helping out the other chatters and stuff. Appreciate you. And hopefully, I hope you feel welcome to come by here anytime. Whether you want to lurk, whether you want to chat, whatever it is. Hopefully, we'll see you on the next one. Okay, bro? Thanks a lot. You have a great one. Yo, sorry. I was getting a delivery. Jaskol, 3 score was 4909 with a 5070. Remember, I'm doing Steel Nomad Lite. So, I don't know, it's possible. Maybe that was a score. And then I tried to overclock it. Let's see. What was our temperatures? We only got in the 50s. Dude, we gotta try to overclock this a little bit. Let's see. Oh, really? Okay. Yeah, there's something, I don't know, that seems off to me. Alright, so with our Titan, okay, we were able to get to 126 on the GPU. And we were able to get to 162 to 171 on the memory. High was a 6402. Really? Okay. Well, that seems more correct. So let me see something. I have some test results. All right. Watch out, buds. You okay? Be careful. That's a tomato, buddy. You're gonna get that everywhere. Where's let me check my spreadsheet, because I tested my 5070 a little bit. So let's see what scores I got on it. So you can kind of get an idea of what somebody else got, and then maybe that'll help you troubleshoot. Where is it? Here? No. Or was it Brave? Brave browser? Maybe that's the one I used. There we go. No, that wasn't it. Maybe it was Chrome. Doobadoop 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 doo. Maybe I just used the app. I probably had the app is what I did. Yeah, I used Sheets. That's what it was. Okay, okay. Here we go. Here we go. All right, cool. Okay. So the 5070 on Steel Nomad, where was it? So on regular Steel Nomad, so on Steel Nomad Lite, you should be getting like a 20,000 with the 5070. For regular Steel Nomad, remember, I'm using an old GPU, so I'm only testing the light version of Steel Nomad. It's kind of confusing sometimes, right? But on regular Steel Nomad, I got less of a score than you. I only got 4864 on my first run, right? And I didn't overclock it. I didn't play with anything. I just did bone stock, how it is, right? And my temperatures were, the highest was probably around 76 degrees. And then on Steel, the second run, I managed to get a 4935. Okay. And my temperatures hovered around 74 max. Not average, that's the max temperature. Okay. And that was combined with a 7950 X3D. Okay. on an Asus X870e Hero motherboard and the PNY 5070. So, I mean, you're scoring pretty good on 3D Mark. If you're still having like problems with like games and stuff, like the, you know, flight simulator, then dude, it could definitely be something's amiss with either like maybe if you have any add-ons or any mods, you know, those things can also enter into some, you know, stability or optimization issues. Or it could just be flight simulator. So it might be a little rare to look into, but find out what other people are scoring on flight simulator with 5070s. And that'll kind of give you a ballpark figure of like, am I even close to what it's supposed to do? And if you are, then, you know, that may be what it is. But if you aren't, then maybe there's some things, reinstall the game maybe. If you have mods, reinstall your mods. Go back through the process. Your max was 74? Yeah, that's what I was hitting with, and that's with this one. The one I have, what brand do you have on the 5070? The one I have is this PNY Epic X. I like it. I really do. I think it's a good card. Like not just this specific PNY, but the 5070. I think it's good. You know, it just depends. Sometimes you overflow with the 12 gigabyte. CPU is 63. Cool. Alright, let's see. Let me see if I can get up to, let's go all the way up to a 90 on this thing. I don't know if that's a good idea, but we're gonna try it. Same with the memory. Let's add 90. Maybe we got ourselves an overclocking beast. Maybe we'll just fucking fry it right now. I hope not. Please no. Please let there be no frying with my GPU today. I love this 980. I don't want anything to happen to it, but we're gonna test it. We're gonna see what's up. Not gonna mess with the voltage, I don't think, because I just want to see if we complete a test or not. MSI? Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, I like MSI stuff too. I'm like the type that I don't really have, you know, I'm not super brand loyal. You know, like for me, price to performance to features to build quality to warranty, that's what talks to me. So if another company starts doing better, then, you know, I jump on it. And then sometimes, you know, if it's the like with 50 series, like dude, sometimes you just take whatever the fuck you can get, like, unfortunately. First NVIDIA card. Oh, okay, cool. What was you rocking with before? Mainly AMD, or did you ever try out any of the Intels? Because they've had what? They've had like maybe 2 generations of Intels right now. Oh, that's a good card. Damn, dude. 6700 XT. Nice, bro. I wanted to get into AMD during the 6000 series for Radeons. I really did, but I already had some NVIDIA stuff, and I was just, you know, I already spend so much. I already have such bad habits when it comes to PC hardware spending, and I was just like, I don't know. I don't think I can justify grabbing those at the same time. Alright, let's see what score we got. It actually finished, I believe. Okay, now we're climbing up. Yeah, that's alright. I like that. So this and this is just an NVIDIA branded 980. reference card, or Founders Edition, or whatever they went by at that time. So not bad. We might be able to do something. We hit a peak of, I'd say, around 57. Yeah, we slapped out there at 57, but our average was still only 50 degrees. We got a crap ton of fans on this thing right now. Way more than we need, probably. But you know what? Never mind that. You can never have too many fans unless it's too loud. So you know what? Let us just attempt to get the exact same overclock that we did on the Titan, which was a 126 on the GPU and a 162 on the memory. So I know it's oddly specific. I just happen to remember, but that is the exact limit that we were able to get combined. If I kind of like lowered or tweaked the core clock, I was able to take the memory up to 171. And if I kind of tweaked and lowered the memory just a couple points, then I was able to take the GPU to like 130. But together, that was the max. That's where we kind of like, that's where we couldn't go any further. So this is going to be interesting to see if this 980 will give us the same amount. Okay, let's go. You've been happy with AMD? Yeah. I almost grabbed one of those 9070 XTs. I was in the line. I haven't tried to get, you know, any recently, but when it was the day it dropped, like its first day of release, I was up in Amazon online, and I was able to get a couple in my cart, but then I kept debating it. The first time was because the one that I was able to get in the cart was a I forget what one. It wasn't the main one I wanted. The two main I was considering is I was either going to get the Tough Overclock from Asus, or I was going to grab the XFX Mercury, the magnet fans overclock. I was either going to grab one of those or the other. Eventually, I had both of those in my cart, and I don't know. I was leaning towards the XFX one, but you know, I just waited too long, and then phew, they took off, and then I was like, you know what? Maybe it's a good thing. I've already spent plenty of the money that I have to dispose of, so maybe it's good that I didn't grab it. I don't necessarily need it. It's just I'm just using it for, you know, streaming, playing games, you know, maybe editing and stuff like that, because I throw things up on YouTube, but I have someone that does a lot of editing for me, so it's not like I even need it for that. So, but I was damn close to grabbing that sucker. Oh, and another time after the 9070 XT release, a Ti XTX came available, and that card I want so bad. I was like, I wanted that card, and it came available for $900 freaking dollars, dude, on Amazon. And so I just jumped at it. I fucking checked out with it. I paid for it, everything, right? But then they canceled the order because I guess they oversold, which that kind of sucks. Like I was a little bit mad, and it was from Ace Rocks themselves. It wasn't even a third-party seller like some, you know, person like me selling it. It was straight up from Ace Rock, shipped by Amazon. But somehow they oversold them and didn't have enough, and I was, you know, number 10, and they probably only had 9 or something. Oh my god, yes, same Jask. I feel that. I feel that one. Yeah, same. For real, dude. Man, yeah, Micro Center's dangerous, bro. Alright, so we got an average of 51. As long as we didn't hit too much of a height, dude, yeah, we're staying under 60. Yeah, we'll be fine to push it just a little bit more probably. Let's see if we can get up to, we're going to go up to 135? We'll just go up by, you know, like 9 or 10 at a time or something like that. And we'll do the memory as well. And we'll just keep going until it like crashes. And then maybe we'll add some V-Core or, you know, some of these millivolts. We might add some of those to it as we go. But hopefully we don't have to. Hopefully we just get to a good score and we're happy with it and we'll just bow out. But the problem is like I'm testing on Steel Nomad Lite, and as you probably already know, but you know, in case there's any lurkers or VOD watchers later, you can tune a card and a system specifically for one test, and then if you jump to a different test, even though it's all 3D Mark, you know, it's their, you know, it's from them, sometimes you'll crash in a different test because they hit the card differently sometimes. So I'm within 2 hours. Oh dude, yeah, no, I'm not that close, unfortunately. Maybe 2 hours, maybe 2 to 3, but whatever. Yeah, I could get there, don't get me wrong, I could get there. And part of the reason I don't like risk the run is because it's just, oh man, that is like a toy store for guys like us, you know, like anybody, you know, if you're into PC stuff, like if it's your passion, tinkering with this shit, like that's the toy store right there, Micro Center. I love watching Jay's 2 cents because of all the times that they go to Micro Center. So I kind of live through them. That's how I end up doing it. I like watch their shopping days, you know. Open box, yeah. They have a ton of good deals on that. Alright, so again, it's still Nomad Lite, everybody. You know, I'm trying to, you know, talk to myself when I say this. It's not a hard thing to run, technically speaking, even though, you know, obviously it takes some muscle to get up in the FPS. So it allows you to overclock a little bit easier without crashing as much. Time Spy Extreme can be a bit of a bitch to overclock for, but we will end up trying that. That's where we're gonna go next. Let's go 144 on the GPU. Let's go 180 on the memory. Dude, this fucking hidden whatever taskbar shit. But if I don't hide it, the precision buttons sometimes don't show up. So that's like my only choice, to do auto hide. Dude, I wonder where that puts us. Let's go ahead and check it out. Let's see. Are we even in the top 100 for this combo of parts? Probably not, dude. There's some people that just tweak the fuck out of this shit, dude. Alright, what is this? Still Nomad Lite, DX12, 980. Regular old 980, let's go. Yeah, he's one of my favorites. Like, my favorites are Gamers Nexus, Hardware Unboxed, Jay's 2 cents. But I also watch, I also throw into a mix some Paul's Hardware. I'll throw in, trying to remember who else. So for PC stuff, that's my main go-tos. There's a ton, don't get me wrong, there's a ton of good channels. But those are the ones that are on my feed. That's the one I subscribe to. I love those guys. So just single 980s. because I guess, you know, that's basically what you could do on this Steel Nomad Lite. And we got a what now? 4500. So we're in the 4500s. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, we're not even in the top 100. The lowest top 100 score is a 4851. So you got to get into the 4800s or higher to get into this top 100. That's crazy. Now that's irregardless of CPU. If we lock it down to the 980 with a 7700K, this is the cheese that sometimes you can get into the top 100s by just locking down even further, like getting even more specific, you know, like cheese it, you know what I'm saying? So let's see, does that help us? Yeah, we get in there. Okay, so now we get in there. You see how that works? You can cheese your way into the top list just like that. So a 7700K and a 980, that specific combo, now we're at 16th. So it kind of feels a little better if you only look at that, you know what I mean? So we could do it. That's cool. All right, let's throw up the clocks again. So what are we gonna do there? 153. Let's go maybe 189. Try not to go too crazy. Gotta take it easy, you know what I'm saying? Gotta be careful. It could crash at any moment. Let's run it. You just got into custom builders? Okay, cool, man. Yeah, this is what I like to do is I custom build 99% of any PC that I partake in, you know, the goodness of it. Every now and then I'll look into like pre-builts because those are fun to look at, like even just for inspiration sometimes. So I'll look at those sometimes. Oh, I almost accidentally removed one of my overlays or whatever. The only thing I might, like I talked earlier that I did consider maybe trying to, you know, practice soldering stuff, maybe getting into that kind of stuff on repair of things. But as far as like custom builds, the only thing I might try at least once, I feel like I want to try it at least once, is doing a custom water loop. But I've kind of haven't done that thus far. I've only done, you know, like the all-in-ones. Like I've done all-in-one kits for GPUs, which is a little more involved obviously than the CPU. So maybe I'll do a cheap custom water loop one day just to, you know, get my appetite fixed on that a little bit, you know. Do something easy with the soft tubing, that kind of thing. Pre-built because I haven't had the time to build mine. Yeah, sometimes, dude, you know, obviously there's been a lot of like crazy prices recently. But it is hard to beat their prices sometimes. It is damn hard. Like it's pretty unbelievable. Like I've tried to price it out. It used to be easier to beat the prices of a pre-built, you know, like, you know, especially when, you know, like one of the only pre-builts you could really look at was like Alienware and shit like that. Like you could beat that price back in the day very easy. But then now, like, within the last 5 years, pre-builts have been like, they just get that warehouse pricing on things, you know, that we can't get. And so the only time building it yourself makes sense is if you already have something that you add to it, or if you're just that damn passionate about very specific parts. And then you can't beat the warranty as well, dude.
Warranties those are a big thing that help a lot. All right, so we got a 4582, man. We're climbing up these ranks. We might get in there, dude. This 980 is like having fun today. Let's see. Let's move up to the next tier. 162 on the GPU. It's definitely overclocking more than the Titan did. Let's go to 198 on the memory. And we haven't had to add any millivolts to it at all. I'm starting to worry. What the hell is all this? What is this? I wish they had a dark mode. If they had an update for this that I would really want, it would be a dark mode. I need dark mode for everything. That's me though. All right, let's make sure we're still in the 980, still DX12. Let's go. Dude, if we could break on some of the spots here, if we can break into like that beginning run into the 40s on the FPS, we might get a pretty epic score here on this 980. I would love to say that I have the fastest 980 at Steel Nomad Lite in the world. That'd be fun. That'd be hilarious. But I don't know. It's difficult. And then I'm sure people that are like scoring on the high end of the list, they might have like those cards that have like the crazy cooling on the 980. Maybe even people with custom water blocks and things like that. No way. We got a 4604. Dude, it just keeps going up. It does not quit. What temperatures? Average temps 51. Okay. And the highest, like, we still haven't punched into the 60. No way. Now obviously our hotspot or something might be crazy. But I got the fan, the blower fan. I got it maxed. So let's look at it. Yep, I got it at 100. Which, you know, obviously that can wear out your fan over time. So but just for testing, hopefully we don't have a fan failure. All right, 162. Let's move up to 171. Memory. Let's go up to 2. Let's go like 207. That's a good number. Okay. And I'm trying to keep the temperature cool as well. It's not freezing in the house. I just have like normal, like a normal, what they would consider room temperature, like 74 or something like that. Doo, doo, doo. And let's go. So I don't know. Can we get to the 4800s? That is going to be tough, man. And I'm being very gentle because I don't want to... I don't know. I have a feeling sometimes when I've tried to like just hurry up and see if I can match the clocks of other people, when I don't like ease into it, sometimes it feels like the card becomes a little bit unstable. You know, it freaks out. And then it limits what I can do that day. Whoa, what's up, bud? Hey, you okay? Be careful. Wow. What is that? Yeah, you saw that? Hi. Hi. Mwah. Hi, buddy. Boom, 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 boom. Dum, dum, dum. $46.30. Yeah, now we're starting to get some pretty cool scores, man. And then as you can see, it looks like the best scores for my specific CPU combo with this are in the 4700s. So it doesn't look like anybody else with a 7700K has got a 4800. So I don't know. It's looking like, well, that's probably, we're not going to be able to do that. I don't know. Yeah, temperatures are starting to climb, even for, you know, like it's kind of where it bounces to after the test. 180. Let's go to 2. 16. Save it. Alright, run again. Say hi.
Hi.
Hi. Hi. Hi. You see all that stuff? You can't mess with that, okay? Because if you do, then you could shock yourself, okay, buddy? Don't bother that, okay? Bye. Mwah. Oh, you gotta watch out with these boys. They wanna get up in there. They wanna mess with this stuff so bad, so you gotta keep your eye on them. Oh, that could be quite dangerous. Boom, boom. You got an 8-year-old? Yeah, yeah. Okay. Yep, so you've been through all that. And you're still going through, because they go through those phases. You know. $46.50. So he's only 2. But, you know, obviously 2 is old enough. They can walk. They grab things. So, yeah, that's why he stays on the other side of this area. And put up a kid gate. And then, worst case scenario, I just have to close the door. Yes, exactly. He still wants to know how everything works. Yeah. Uh-huh, for real. Alright, let me see. Yeah, he's almost at the age where not too long from now he's gonna start asking. Our daughter was saying this as well, because we have a daughter as well, that he's almost at the age where the question why is gonna start coming out for everything. And I'm sure you already went through that, and maybe still do, where it's just why, and so, I don't know, I'm just trying to, you know, we'll see how I can have an answer for all the whys that are about to hit me. Temperature, let's see if we had any crazy temps. No, I can't believe it, this fan running at 100%, and since it's Nomad Light, we're fine. So temperatures are not going to be our undoing. Looks like the undoing is going to probably be, you know, just going to hit our overclock limit, whatever that is. Okay. Yes. Why did we ever teach you how to walk or talk? For Yep. Now's the time, man. It's coming back. You know? This is how they repay you. Let's see. If we go up to maybe, dude, that might be a little, ooh. As we go up, I'm starting to get nervous on this. Though I probably shouldn't, because if I wanted to just do it like a cheat sheet, I can look up like what people set on precision for a 980, and I could get like a ballpark figure. And I probably would go through this a lot faster if I did that. I might do that if it keeps going up and we don't really hit the limit yet. I might look it up so we can kind of like target it a little bit quicker. But so far it's doing good, man. But then the big question is going to be, once I max out the overclocks for still Nomad Light, will those same clocks work on Time Spy Extreme? Probably not. I'll probably have to dial them back. But who knows? Hopefully we don't have to dial them back too much. Hopefully Nomad Light can just kind of teach us what this card can do, and then that allows us to use those same settings over on that. And then hopefully I don't have to try to get too strategic with like lowering memory to get more GPU clock or vice versa, whatever, because that might be a lot of extra work and headache. I did try doing that on the Titan. I was nervous. I didn't really try any of that with the 680. I might go back and try it. But I was just kind of, I don't know. I felt bad for the 680. It's like the original cooler and all that on it. And it's a twin Frozer from MSI. So it's kind of like It's one of my babies that I don't really want to kill it. I really don't want to kill that one. $46.72. We made it. We made it through another one. Oh, what's up, bud? Yummy. You like that chip? Alright, let's see here. You know what? Since we're doing so well, I should have been already doing this, but I think I'll do a double jump. So I've been aiming for between 8 and 10 points every time I go up. So now I'll aim between like 18 and 22 points to see like what's the limit we can get here. So let's see. 89. Why won't it let me use my, oh, there we go. So maybe 198. And then we jump to 207. This is gonna get a little hairy. And then over here, 234, and then we can go up to it's scary. Maybe 243. Let's do that. Okay, alright then. Let's go again. Alright, so when this like starts jamming, I'm gonna also kind of read off what the watt usage is. The Titan, I think we maxed out, but that was on TimeSpy Extreme, which uses more power and more juice. We hit like 330, 340 watts total system power. But right now on Steel Nomad Lite, we're in the 280s. That's crazy. But, you know, overclocked. Dude, it just feels so freaking cold. It is, like, the back plate is chilly with all this fan, with all this airflow on it. It's like, we're like shoving the air into this card right now. Oh my gosh, we're in the 4700s. Okay, that was the right call. We doubled up. We smashed into the 4700s. We got a 4730. Okay, yeah. So, again, to get into the top 100 though, we would have to have some kind of miracle get us into the 4800s. Alright, we're gonna try again. It's having a hard time, you know, So it feels like there might be, you know, we might be getting close to the edge. I feel like it's, once it starts doing this, once 3D Mark starts doing this thing where it doesn't communicate with the internet that well, I feel like that's when you know you're getting close. It's just for me, that's how it works. But I think it just depends on your internet connection and stuff. And since I'm streaming, that might be kind of using up some of the bandwidth here. And yeah, no, it's getting a little scary. All right, so I'm gonna try. Hold on, why isn't it not? Oh, there it goes. 216 to, my goodness gracious, this is getting crazy. And then over here, D2, maybe 261. Okay. All right, let's hold on to your butts, fam. Here we go. Oh man. Oh, what do we got here? Sleek Prowl over on Twitch. Thanks for dropping by. Appreciate it. Thank you for the offer, but I'm good. I'm good. You know, I've had plenty of you come out to offer me, and I'm sure many other streamers that same offer. But I'm good. I'm good. I'm just doing my thing. I'm multi-stream. I'm on Twitch. I'm on YouTube. I'm on Kick. I'm on Rumble. I'm on X. Shout out to the internet. Can we hit like a 41? Oh, we did. 41 FPS. We blipped into a 41 FPS there for a second. I probably should update that. Technically, my main stream is Twitch and YouTube. It's just, I guess it's still relevant because the reason I put Twitch as my mainstream is that for chat is because no matter what, even if I'm not streaming, that chat will work. Whereas some of these other platforms like Rumble and YouTube, those chats die when the stream is over with. So never mind. As I thought it out loud, even though like YouTube is a big push for me, that might even be my main channel, to be honest. Like my main platform is YouTube. But if the chats die, it's a good idea. You can always like hit up the Twitch chat because it stays live no matter what. Wow, we're at 4785. No freaking way. We might have the highest score for the combo of a 980 and a 7700K. This is okay. This is epic. Hold on. I'm starting to sound like one of those Fortnite streamers. Guys, this is epic. You know, can we get a victory royale with the pickaxe? That's what I'm starting to sound like. I'm getting too many of those ads on the mobile games that I play every now and then. Alright, so wait, that's not correct. Light Vulcan GPU 980. Alright, what was I trying to figure out? 980, right? No, this is Vulcan. Why did I pick Vulcan? DX12. I'll get it right one of these times. I'm too excited. Alright, here we go. Alright, so now you can see Top Dog is killing it. What a freaking score. So obviously they have a crazy processor. Top Dog is using a 13900K. So beast of a processor while it lives, you know. Because you know the 13 and 14 gen, they do sometimes have, you know, quite the single digits of a lifetime. So let's see here. 5341. That is a crazy fucking score, dude. And they were hitting into 1500s and 2100s on GPU and memory clocks respectively. Alright, where I didn't get into this. So the top 100, irregardless. So the first list you look at when you go to 3D Mark is like, obviously there's the top dogs that is just, you know, the best score no matter what you used. You know, if you used a horse and buggy, what, you know, whatever, you know, if you're in the top 100, however the hell you got there, it doesn't matter. And then you can isolate for your GPU, right? And so this is that list where it's isolating for just 980s. But you can do a third isolation, which is the combo of CPU and GPU. So if you've ever done 3D Mark and you felt kind of like discouraged because it's like, damn, how am I ever going to get into the top 100? The easy cheese, and then depending on your GPU, you should always set it to 1. Because the people in test and with GPUs that allow it, the ones that use like 4 freaking cards, they're gonna obviously be at the top. But you would like change it to 1, and then your CPU, you isolate for what CPU you have, and then a lot of times you'll surprise yourself because you'll end up in that. Look at that, we're number 1. We got the number 1 score for a 7700K processor and a GTX 980 combination. Again, that's pretty specific, you know what I mean? So it's not a lot of people. You can see there's a lot of repeat scores. So maybe there's, you know, 10 to 20 people trying to do this. So, but you know, it feels good. So that's just my tip of the day. If any of you want to get into 3D Mark, you know, there is a third tier leaderboard list that a lot of you actually might be on and you don't even know it. So remember, first tier is open-ended, highest scores no matter what hardware. The second tier, highest scores based on what the GPU was. And then the third tier is GPU and CPU combination. And then obviously if you want to go even further, you can, you know, like best in whatever country, best in, you know, with this many memory channels, blah blah blah. But I don't bother with that. I think there's 3 tiers only, because there we are, we made it. I don't know, it's kind of cringy, but we did it, guys. We did it. All right, I still want to see if we can at least get into the 980 tier list, irregardless of CPU. I don't know if we can or not, because, you know, we're getting up there in what we're pushing the GPU to do, and we're almost out of slider for precision. So I don't know, man. I don't know. Let's try. Should we just go up 1 tier at a time? No, fuck it. Let's try the next thing. Let's try it. Let's go. Let's see if will this be the one where we get into the 4800, into the 800s here. Maybe 70. We might do it. Dude, chill. Chill, go away. Taskbar thingamajigger. Alright, let's minimize that. Because we're at 4785. What was our highest temp? Still under 60, so temperature is not going to be our problem. It's not going to be our problem. It's no big deal. Alright, let's go. The problem is going to be how much the silicon, you know, lottery is with us or against us, I guess. Dude, we got a 4821. Are you freaking kidding me? We're almost in the top 100 of just a straight 980. Oh, that's crazy. This 980 is a fucking beast. What the heck? Hold the phone. Dude, that would be cool as fuck if we can get up in there. Let's see. 980. Again, it's much easier to play the overclocking game with some of the lighter benchmarks. So I don't know. Maybe that's advice for anybody. So the top 100, the lowest score is like a 4880 something. So we still got a little bit of a ways to go. No, my bad. It's a 4851, right? So we still got a little bit ways to go just to break into the top 100. But damn, that's cool because we're using this 7700K. But you can see other people have done it. Like this is a 6500 i5. We even have some 4790K processors. So there's people that's done that. Though maybe they have a lot more experience than we do. So, you know, that of course that helps tweak your settings and, you know, get your OS set up a certain way or whatever. And then like the top dogs, they got their 13900s. But, you know, no, look, number 4, fourth place is using a 6600K. So it is doable. So we're just going to keep, you know, edging our way through this. To see if we can I just want to see if I can get into this 100. We almost did. That's pretty crazy, man. Almost got in there. Hell yeah, Jaskell. We almost did it. So not bad. And that's like another thing that's fun to do. If you got, you know, even if your main card doesn't seem like it overclocks well and it doesn't score well, you know, if you got like a second card laying around or whatever, that card might actually do good for, you know, against other of its own cards. Like, that's what I've discovered. It's like I had these cards from my history, and they score pretty good, some of them. You know, some of them were dead, don't get me wrong. I had a couple cards that just, you know, I think maybe I stored them in, you know, a place and the humidity might have got to them or something, you know, a little bit of micro corrosion that I can't see. Because I remember all of my cards were working before that I put them in storage. But so far, all of these that I've, you know, messed with, 2 of them were not working at all, which was kind of sad. My 560 RIP, and then my 7870 RIP. Alright, cool. So let's see, did I get this one? I get this picture here. I'm definitely going to try to like keep track of some of the higher test results here in my spreadsheet. Let's see. I didn't really notice any heat problems at all, so yeah, maybe we end up maxing it out for whatever precision allows you to do. I don't know. I know with the Titan we were not able to, so you know, you just never know. We'll see. So we got up to 262 over here, is what we're gonna try now, and then over here we got 297. So let's see if it's still within the limits of this bad boy here. Let's minimize that. And then some people also, just a heads up, I'm not like, I'm just minimizing precision. So some people prefer using like other software that they can close while still holding your clocks and stuff. But you know, I don't know a ton about that, so it's just easier for me to do it this way. So that's just what I'm doing. Well, sometimes you might be able to get better scores if you use those that like have maybe a smaller footprint. I don't know. I've had pretty good luck and runs with precision though. It's done pretty well for an amateur like me. It's just the problem is they don't give them any more updates because, you know, EVGA bowing out of the game. So that's why most people are moving or are already at Afterburner. Maybe some other stuff that I don't even know about, I guess. I know Zotac has stuff, but it might be only for their cards. I haven't tried theirs yet. And then Asus has software. I've only tried that one like a few times when I specifically had an Asus card. I've never tried to see if those cross over and work with other brands. The Asus software. So far, the precision though, and Afterburner have been, and maybe those are similar. Probably they use like the same kind of like code or something. But those work with almost everything that I try, so it's pretty interesting. Let's go, result time. What is it? Food time as well? Okay, result time and food time. Alright. 4879. Holy crap. No, I'll probably come over. Just give me a second. Dude, we might be in the top 100 now. Yeah, cause the top 100, the lowest was like 4850, right? Dude, oh, this is crazy. Let's go. Where does that land us even? Oh, I forgot. Look, I even had this running. What the heck? Gotta remember to close this. That also takes away from your... Anything running could potentially like lose you some points. So that was kind of dumb. I left that going. Nomad Lite DX12. Running a 980. Let's go to the bottom. Oh yeah, we should be in here somewhere. Yeah, this is the 50s. What the heck? Oh, there we are. We're number 81. Let's go. We're in the top 100. Number 81 of the 980 list. What the heck? Dude, that's amazing. That's awesome. Oh, I'm stoked now. What would it take to get into the top 50? Top 50, you need a 4920. So basically, you got to get into the 4900s. And then, crazily enough, if you want to get into the top 10, you got to get into the 5000s. So number 10 is 5025. That's pretty wild, man. All right, well we're gonna chase it one more time. Let's see here. We closed it, right? Okay, this time we closed all the way. As far as I know, Excel is closed. All right. Let's go up another 2 deviations here. So go up to 279 over here, and then over here we're gonna go up to 315. Okay, right? Yes? No? Whew, here we go. Let's try. It's amazing. The power limit on this 980 is 125. We can go up to 125. That's helping us. And then the GPU temp, turn that up too, just in case. So, let's do another run. Let's see. And while that's running, I'll be right back. Come on, internet. You can do it. Let's go, chat. Let's go, bots. Let's go, internet. Let's go, Streamlabs. Let's go, OBS. Good scores. Good scores. Alright, so we finally found the limits, so to speak. Now we may be able to squeeze more out of the like one or the other, whether it be the GPU clocks or the memory clocks, but not together, it seems. Let's see, did we get any temperature data in that little bit before it crashed? Not really. Yeah, it looks like it's just a stability thing probably, because we haven't had any like temperatures like getting out of hand really. So the clocks are probably just what's off. So let's take both of these back, 1 deviation lower. Okay. See if we can get a run, because we did 2, right? So let's see if doing that gets a complete run for us. And if not, obviously we can also start adding some millivolts, but I want to find whatever the maximum is before we even have to do that. And then we can maybe add some stuff to it, who knows, right? Alright, so here we go. Let's see what this does. Let's go! You can do it! Come on, baby! You could do it!
Okay, so that was pretty good. But since we hit our limit with both memory and GPU, we're like kind of close to where we were when we crashed last time. I'm gonna try to kind of slowly move up only GPU clocks right now to see where does it crash at, and then wherever that is, we'll dial it back a little, and then we'll try the same with the memory. And I don't know, hopefully we can squeak out a little bit more points here or there.
All right, yo, what's up, Frajor? Welcome back. So, we're still trying to get these scores on these obscure combinations of CPU, GPU, and obscure testing. You know, something like Steel Nomad Lite. You know, and not too bad. We've been doing okay. We climbed up to we're the top of the combo of a 7700K and a 980. We have the top score for that. But when it comes to the just straight out top score for a 980, no matter what else you're doing, no, we're not there yet. We're in the top 100. That's the most we can claim so far. And again, we're only on Nomad Lite, you know. So, I mean, we're doing what we can here. Let's see. How's everything going for you? So again, if you go to just 7700K with a 980, that combo, we're number one. No problem. And don't worry internet, I'll be cleaning this up, don't worry. I'm not gonna leave all these dupes and, you know, all these lower scores, because it kind of, you know, again, I get it. It really makes this look ugly. So I'll clean it up. But we're number one here. However, you go back and you compare to just Top Dog 980. The top dogs combine it with the 13900K. You know, like that's. You know, I have a 14900K. That's my daughter's build that I gave to her. It used to be my main build. I have a 12900KS as well. So I have access to other CPUs potentially to get up here if that's what it takes. But I think we're probably going to do just fine when I move on after this series, which is just dealing with the 7700K build. We're going to move on to another test bench that has a 5950X, and it has an EVGA Dark X570 motherboard. So that will fucking like really help us like really slot into these higher scores, because the CPU will help, you know, generate a little bit more performance and things like that. But I'm still trying to climb in here into this top 100. And so where did we land this time? So we got a 4921. That's good enough for, where are we at? Oh baby, we got into the top 50. Yes, no, I mean technically yes, we're number 50. Okay, so we're technically in the top 50 for a 980. So we're getting there. We're trying. So there we go with our 4921. Now, if we want to get into what would be like fantastic, obviously, would be if we could hit the top 10, right? But the top 10, you gotta have a 5025 or better. Damn, you gotta break 5000 to even have a chance in hell. Vortex, what is up? A 50 is a good call. I love that. Vortex, you should ask that like every time you come, and then like it could like be very trippy, because then it's like, wait a minute, this is like deja vu. What the fuck? Hasn't Vortex already followed? Hasn't Vortex already been here? What the hell? Yo, I'm good, man. I'm still chasing these scores. Actually, today we're using a GTX 980. So you remember I was fighting with that Titan, the OG Titan. So that was a 700 series timeline card. So now we've moved up in history. Now we're up, you know, we've time traveled. We're up around the 900 series. So we're rocking a 980 today. It's just a Founders Edition reference. So, you know, it's just got that blower fan on it. Air cooler, but it's been performing really well. Like, I'm very surprised by this. It unlocked a crap ton of like, we were able to, like, the power target, we were able to turn that to 125. That's crazy in my opinion. Like that is absolutely crazy. Let me see here. Let me do that. So, and it has so far actually been doubling the amount of overclock we could throw on it before it got unstable. So it's, you know, it's kind of iffy because if we were to overclock this far, but we're still not, you know, even kind of close to the top 10, you know, this, we may be coming to the end of this run with a 7700K. We might have to wait until we throw it in that 5950X build. Yo, what's up? You got question? Okay, yeah, anytime, you know, because worst case scenario, if I don't know, I'll just try to like recommend channels or something that can help out. But you can always throw a question. Liquid nitrogen, I'd say it's probably a far off probability. It's like something that I do want to try at least once. I don't know if it would ever be something that I would do with like my more expensive top of the line GPUs. But like maybe some of this stuff, like just, you know, just to get my feet wet and to try it out and say that I did it at least once, I might try that. Yeah, it'd be fun to try. I definitely have to do a good bit of research, you know, make sure I don't get too enthusiastic because, you know, no matter how cold you get it, the things still have their limits of what you can like throw at them. But yeah, that'd be fun as hell. I might try that one day. Because then that opens up. Now I got to research, okay, what kind of pot do I get, you know, because they got to put that cooler on top of it, that pot. And then I got to look for, okay, what's a good source around here that's not too expensive for me to get some liquid nitrogen. You know. So yeah, I might do it one day. So how's your day or evening or night? Actually, it's night for you, I bet. How's your night going? So we made it through this test. We got a good score. We might be able to squeeze a little more GPU clock. Again, when I was trying to go in tandem with the memory and GPU clock, we already hit our limit doing both, right? But I've stopped messing with the memory. I kind of backed up on it just a little. And now I'm just kind of slowly going forward. Not too much because I think we're real close to the end of what the clock can do on the GPU. But we can try it out here. I mean, you know what? Since we backed off on the memory, maybe we can go one deviation more. Yeah, maybe we could do that, perhaps. I think that's where we crashed before, when we tried 288, but we had the memory at like 315, 316? 2:30 a.m. Oh man, brother, you need to be careful. I hope you're able to get as much sleep as possible when you're done with your, you know, you're done with your internet time tonight. Over on YouTube, we had Frazier here as well from the last couple days. But I don't know if my sometimes I drop frames, so I don't know if maybe it kicked my stream and made it look kind of like a restart. But shout out, a repeat shout out for George just in case. Alright, I'm nervous. I don't know if this is gonna make it. We boosted it a little bit. We got the 4921. But yeah, definitely any questions, no matter, you know, whether it's something like that, the liquid nitrogen question, or if you have other questions that are build or advice, like I said, feel free to drop it in the chat. Worst case scenario, if I don't know, I don't know, and then we'll just have to like, we'll start working on our educated guesses or something. I don't know. So yeah, temperatures are not our problem. It's totally probably about stability and maybe needing to add a little bit of millivolts to it, maybe. But for obvious reasons, that does enter me into a little bit of nervousness. All right, let's slam it. Let's see what happens. Good air cooler or cheap AIO, 240 millimeter, top mounted. If 30 degrees is room temp, or 35, like so between 30 and 35. Okay. All right. So at the end of the day, as far as quality goes, and for how long these things last. So here's the thing: when it comes to cooling, especially liquid cooling, you got two things to consider, right? First of all is, can it cool my CPU well enough for me to get the performance I want out of it, and or, you know, overclocking or undervolting, or, you know, any of the things that you're doing. Can this liquid cooler help me with these goals and keep my CPU cooled? That's one. And you can get that from any number of different price ranges or whatever, right? But number two, a major consideration, more so with liquid cooling than air cooling, one of the major considerations with liquid cooling is the quality of those coolers, especially, you know, like with all-in-ones. Because, you know, there is a point of going way too cheap and or going, you know, let's say secondhand, because I've bought some secondhand stuff every now and then when it comes to all-in-ones. Now you're into the realm of, now it could be dangerous for your system, because the worst thing that can happen is for you to get a liquid cooler that is defective and it like leaks all over your system. And you know, you never know. Do they use a liquid that is non-conductive that, you know, is going to help not, you know, short out your system and kill it? But even if it's the perfect scenario where it's non-conductive, you can still have a system that is just like, that's a pain in the ass to clean, right? So that's number one. Number two is, so you know, you need to consider the quality of it. Whereas with an air cooler, you can get cheap air coolers that have good performance and good quality, that you don't have to worry about leaks and you don't have to worry about the quality, right? You can get those obviously at a much cheaper price, not just because air cooling is generally cheaper, but because even at the cheapest air coolers, you can still get something that has good quality. Whereas with liquid coolers, sometimes that's hard to do. It's hard to get cheap with also good performance, with also good quality that you can kind of trust. So that's my rant about that part of it. Now, which is better? A lot of times, what's better for like liquid cooling is, it depends on the airflow of your case, like you're mentioning top mounting and stuff like that, and it depends on, obviously, like you're mentioning, room temperature as well. So I would say, so you got that 5700 XT. I don't remember if those run hot. If the 5700 XT does not run hot, then a top mounted liquid cooler would be really, really good. Alright? But some of the things that can cause your liquid coolers to not perform as good as you want them to is if you have really hot hot running GPUs, and they just have all that hot air, and with a top mounted liquid cooler, especially if, you know, obviously if those fans are like top mounted exhaust, then they're picking up the hot air inside your case. But since you're dealing with a CPU that I believe runs fairly cool, I don't think it's going to be a problem. If you can get a good deal on a quality liquid cooler that the reviews say that, you know, hey, this is a quiet liquid cooler, because that's another reason you would want that. You want to get a quiet one, because, you know, if they have a noisy pump, that might be annoying. You know, it just depends on your predisposition for certain types of noises. Me, I can't stand like pump running noises sometimes, as long as, you know, especially if they have like a whine, kind of like, that's why I can't stand coil whine on GPUs. They fuck up my nerves bad, right? Melatonin, price point, gives similar temps, all the screen features, etc. Right. Okay. Yeah. So like the thing with at the end of the day, a quality version of each is you're gonna get similar results, right? Without AC, you might actually end up being as good or okay, or maybe better with a air cooler. In some cases, air coolers have an advantage where they don't hold the heat as long. So for example, if I did a 3D Mark run right now and then immediately jumped into a game session with my liquid cooler on my CPU's temperatures are going to be saturated like at a certain level. It's going to stay at that level longer than if I had an air cooler. That air cooler, my CPU temperatures would drop much quicker after doing something intensive with the CPU, right? And then I jump into the game. Of course, they're going to rise back up for whatever the game is pressing my CPU to do. But I like Thermalright. They make really good air coolers, and I've never tried their liquid coolers yet. But brands like that might have some good liquid coolers that you can go with. To me, it's just personal preference. I jump on the liquid cooling bandwagon a lot. As far as my own builds personally. But the more I look at some of these like test results and things, I can see how it's not a big difference. And I've also in my own personal testing found out that if I have hot components, if I switch my airflow and make it an intake for my AIO, then my CPU runs cooler sometimes because that GPU is sometimes pumping out a lot of heat. But then, you know, obviously you'll end up dumping the heat into your case that way. But, you know, the reverse happens if you make it an exhaust. If your CPU liquid radiator is your exhaust, then all of the heat inside your case is passing through that. So then that, you know, kind of limits the ability it has to cool down real good. If I was really crazy for cooling, what I would do is I would set up something where, like, maybe you leave the door off or something. Now this is just me being crazy, right? I would leave the door off of the case. This is me going crazy now. I'd leave the door off the case so that the GPU's heat doesn't, you know, stay in the case, right? And the radiator fans for the CPU radiator can get fresher air. Another thing you can do is look at Jay's 2 cents recent build where he did something like, for example, like this fan right here, he made this an intake fan, right? So most of the time, like, people end up doing exhaust out the top and they do an intake here or an exhaust here. So your exhaust is like going this way, right? Both back and top, right? And then you have your intakes, could be bottom, front, or the back wall, whatever, depending on the case, right? But what he did is, in this place here, he made this one, he flipped it so that fresh air could get into his radiator. And that helped out his CPU reach much cooler temperatures. And then, you know, he still had his intake with this other stuff or whatever, right? Hop on a mid tower because the airflow is hindered and is not optimal, as most of the air from front intake fans goes directly out from top exhaust. What do you mean by that? Like, you mean you can't do push-pull? Like, you're talking about, like, for example, you can only do, like, the 2 fans. Like, let's say it's just 2-fan radiator, right? Like, let's say it's like a 240 millimeter, right? And you can only fit 2, correct? And you can't do top and bottom, right? Right? So you can only do 2 and then let it be exhaust, right? That's what you're saying? Because depending on the rest of the layout of your build, right? Where, like, you can, like, some builds you can, like, reverse the front fans. Like, for example, let's say this case right here, right? Actually, let's look at it like this. Hold on. Minimize that. Let me get rid of this. Where is it? Right there. All right. So let's say we got this one right here, right? Let's say that we're looking at it from the side. Pretend this is the side of it, because that's what basically most cases would be, right? So that makes this the top. This is the front, right? And here's our bottom. This is the back, right? Okay. So you can set up your fans most of the time however you want. The only fan that is, like, really hard to, like, kind of set is your power supply fan, which a lot of cases will have your power supply down here. And even though you can have it either pull air from case or pull air from the bottom, even though you have both of those options, the exhaust is here no matter what, right? So that's most cases that are set like this. But everything else you can control if you want. You can make this, instead of it being an exhaust, you can have this fan coming this way. You know, your top fans, even if you can only fit 2 here on your radiator, let's say you got your radiator up here, you can have the fans blowing air out that way, or you can have them blowing in this way. That's up to you. You can set that. And the same with the front, right? Like most cases, you just set your fans and you have your airflow this way, right? You don't have to, right? I've had case builds where I reversed all of this. I've had case builds where this is an intake, this is an intake, and this is an exhaust out the front, right? And it just, you know, sometimes I did that because I was just experimenting. But those are things you can do. Same with, like, if you had an air cooler here, right? Most air coolers, if you wanted to flip your fans, let's say you reverse the direction of air and you made it go this way, right? That's fine. You can do that. And there's some air coolers that, you know, they don't just have to go this way. Like some of them allow you to mount them like this so your airflow can go this way. So there's a lot of flexibility that people don't think about. You could take a lot of different, like, Remington is not smart. Oh yeah, well no. So whether or not you're gonna get dust and dirt in your build is obviously whether or not you have positive pressure or a negative pressure, right? That's what you're talking about. So the way you control that is obviously how much fans blow in versus how many blow out, right? So as long as you either 1 have more fans blowing in than out, or 2 the fans blowing in are pushing more air, like you control like their RPMs or whatever, as long as the fans blowing in are pushing more, then it's positive pressure, right? No matter what. The only time you get into negative pressure is if you have more fans blowing out, or the fans blowing out are higher RPMs and they overcome all the other push-in fans, right? But you can still set it up in a way where it is positive. Again, I had a case where I had this, and then you're talking about up here it will cause more dust. Okay, fair enough. Maybe your case has fans on the bottom as well. You still have a lot of flexibility, and that can maybe that, you know, you change your mind on whether or not you want a liquid cooler or you want an air cooler. for me, I like liquid coolers. I think mostly because it gives me like another thing to tinker with. You know, as far as like the pump itself is like another thing you can control, and you can set it to auto. Maybe you can put it at 90%. Maybe you have it, you know, have some kind of fan curves as well. A lot of people don't know that. You can do that with pumps too. And I've had pretty good luck with most liquid coolers. Even some that I thought were cheaper, so to speak. But I mean, the safest bet is to get you like one of those Thermaltake, like those big air coolers, man. Just like, you know, measure it out, make sure it fits in your case. But those will cool the fuck out of your CPU. Because you have, your CPU is not going to get that hot necessarily. The specific one that you have for your build. So if you went with like a Thermalright, you can get those at really good prices. And so to be honest, with that CPU, you're probably not going to gain a lot with the liquid cooler. And then with the air cooler, it's possible it might be a little more flexible for you. You know what I mean? But that's another thing that I would throw Jay's 2 cents and I want to say Gamers Nexus as well, but Jay's 2 cents has done a lot of testing with air versus liquid cooling, and he even has a video where he does air cooling versus all-in-one liquid cooler versus custom liquid cooler, right? And he's done that test across the board, so you can kind of see that, you know, in some cases the air cooler is plenty. 360 actually get fresh air case, or does it just cool heat from the CPU? Okay, so forgive me if I misunderstand your question, but what you got to remember is that radiator for any CPU liquid cooler, the radiator is receiving the heat from your CPU, right? So whatever direction you blow the air from that radiator is going to be the hot / warm air coming from your CPU. Okay, so if you have your CPU radiator set in a way like this one right now, this liquid cooler, let me get rid of this again. So this liquid cooler right here, this radiator right now, I mean, obviously it's open, so it doesn't matter, right? But if this was all closed up tight, this radiator's on the front of this case, right? And then the fans, which you can see the eyes here, these fans, they are set for the air to go this way, right? So this radiator is heating up, obviously, from your CPU, and then the airflow is going through, so the warm air, so the air coming out on the other side of this is the warm air from your CPU's like heat, like the work that it's doing. And so yes, that warm air goes into the case. Now if you have a CPU that's not warming up a lot, it's not a big deal. Like, all these things are fine, and in fact, as long as there's airflow, even though that air is warm, that airflow is still going to cool these components, right? It's fine. It's still moving. It's still getting the heat from these components and moving them out, whether it be the back or the top or whatever the heck, right? But if this was the other way, if I had the fans here pushing this way, right? So now the heat that the CPU is making is going away from the case, and it doesn't heat up the case. But some of your GPU heat, some of the motherboard heat, some of your VRM's heat, some of that is going to flow through your radiator for your CPU, which means your CPU temperatures are going to be slightly affected. Unless you have some crazy overheating GPU, then, you know, obviously that's different. But in most cases, you're just going to get slightly affected, right? So at the end of the day, one of the things you can look up is find out which of your components is hotter. In your case, it's probably your GPU is going to run hotter, right? It's probable. right? So in that situation, maybe it doesn't affect it at all because your GPU is going to be hotter anyway, right? So just having a normal setup, like let's say with the front and then your CPU heat going this way, it's probably not going to bother that much, right? But if your GPU is very hot and you have your cooler at the top of your case with an exhaust out that way, then maybe your temperatures in your CPU are higher. But those are things you can change easily. You can change all of this easily. So I guess the main advice I would give is whether you go with an air cooler or a liquid cooler, as long as you get something that fits your case, right? And obviously also make sure it fits AMD and it fits your motherboard or whatever, you know. Make sure all that is covered. As long as it fits your build. As far as like airflow and which way to do it, don't freak out about that as much because those things can be changed. Like right now I could shut this computer down and I could flip these fans and I could change it to make the air go that way. You know what I mean? Yeah, your GPU, most likely in your case, your GPU is going to be the hottest running, right? So, but it's still something you could easily test out, you know, from time to time to see, well, if I do get a liquid cooler and I put it up here, does my shit run hot? Or am I good? If your CPU is good, then you won't have to worry about it. If it does run hotter than you like, you could like change your fans around after the fact. But I think for your, you know, 5700, your CPU, I think an air cooler would still jam really well with that. So don't feel like you're missing out a ton with a liquid cooler if you can't find one at a good deal. There's some really amazing air coolers for very cheap. What was our score? A 4940. Before I forget. So we got a 4940. That's pretty damn good, dude. But we still didn't. We're trying to get to 5,000. We still haven't got there. But let's see. What does that give us if we go look at it? I understand if I sacrifice the extra 10% performance I get from a 5600X and get a 5600G. This way I won't have my main GPU on for normal tasks and I might save on some energy. I mean, you could make an argument for both sides of that. Yeah, you can have an argument for that. You know, it's definitely something that sometimes helps. But sometimes you run into problems when you try to use your integrated GPU and your discrete GPU, you know, your graphics card and your integrated one on the CPU. Sometimes when you try to use them in that way, they don't always play nicely together, and sometimes, you know, games accidentally pick the wrong one. So, you know, it's like sometimes it's not worth the trouble like messing with that. And most channels that I watch, again, everybody to each their own. And I'm just deferring to their experience, which is more than mine. But most channels I watch, they would recommend you, obviously you want the biggest budget, the best budget for your GPU. If you already have a GPU, or you've already budgeted and you're good to go with your GPU choice, then your next one, obviously you want to pick the best CPU that you can get, right? So, and picking the best CPU, sometimes you find, you know, another CPU that is a similar price and it gives you the same performance. So yeah, cool, get one that has an integrated GPU and you're good to go, no problem, right? But if that 5600X is giving you more, you know, 10, 15 more FPS, I don't know if it's worth the trade-off just to save, you know, a little bit of heat, you know, or maybe in your case in energy. It just depends, I guess, on the light bill. You know, if your electricity, like if they charge you a lot per kilowatt hour, then yeah, maybe. But sometimes even the highest kilowatt charges, you don't save enough going down to one of those for it to matter. So you have to use one of those calculators on the online, Vortex, because I would not be able to help you with that on the top of my head. That's like you're getting into some other kind of math there. For me, the main thing that I like to get CPUs that have integrated graphics is just it helps me with troubleshooting, and it helps me, you know, knock on wood, if I ever have a GPU die, or if, you know, whatever, then that helps me there. And then every now and then for streaming, if you stream, sometimes certain integrated graphics can like be what your, you know, streaming software uses. But even then, sometimes you run into a ton of problems that are not worth it. So it's a tough one, dude. Wait, what? I did Vulkan again, didn't I? Yeah, that's the wrong one. There we go. So we made it to number 50. Oh, dude, somebody else is in here. What the fuck? Or was it? No, wait, it was us. We moved up to number 39. No fucking way. That's us, right? 49, 40. Right here. $39. We got a 49, 40. Oh, that's crazy. Oh, we did move up. Oh man, we're in 39th place. Catch me playing some Valorant. Yeah, man. Yeah, so I would definitely do my research before I banked on the 5600G and utilizing that that integrated GPU it has. Not all of them play nicely with OBS or whatever, right? So I would definitely do my research and make sure first before I tried to go that route. So it just all depends on several different factors. Dude, I can't believe it, but how are we going to get into the top 10? I don't know. Let's see. We did overclock here to a 288. We pushed up extra 288 to it. Let's see what happens if we go to the next deviation here, which will be in the 290s somewhere. 297 perhaps. Yeah, let's see what happens. This could be it though. I don't know. I don't know if we're gonna survive this. So I'm gonna get this running while we chat. There we go. Let's hopefully it runs and we can just chill here while it does some work. But yeah, like at one time the Intel iGPUs were useful, and I haven't tried them recently, but like I feel like 4-ish years ago, maybe 5 years ago, maybe it was less, who knows, but 4 to 5 years ago for me, I tried using Intel iGPUs to run OBS, you know, as far as like, well, to run the encoding basically, and it kind of helped in those days. Now, does it still work good? I don't know. I don't know at all. And then also, I haven't tried that with AMD's integrated graphics before, so I don't know how, you know, do they play nicely? I don't know. It may not be good because it's all about whether or not whether or not they optimize for it well enough. But you see, man, you just put a lot of fans in here, dog, and that's what it is. Look what we got here, and they're all different sizes too. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 fans on the interior, and then the 2 fans as the eyes for the radiator. We had a crash. Okay, so it looks like we're getting to the edge of the GPU overclock that we can do. Let's pull it back a little. 295. Let's see if a 295 will complete the test here. Oh, we crashed and burned again. Thank you, buddy. Mwah, bye. Oh no, we crashed. Okay, let's dial it back a little bit more. And like I said, right now I just want to see the max, and we can get a completed score for this, and then we'll see if we can get a couple more points on memory. Food time, food time. Man, I see a lot of like artifacting. A lot of weird glitches. Frames stretching. Damn, we were right at the end too when it did that. That's crazy. Okay, it took it a minute for it to come back. For me at least. Alright. Oh no! Where were we at? 293? Okay, let's do 292. Well, that's basically a repeat score. But at least we completed it, right? Alright, let's see if there were any abnormalities with the GPU temps. Yeah, about the same. We're doing okay on those, so that's fine. This is not a heavy test. So that will be the limit without any millivolts added, probably. We're probably looking at that right there, 292. Now what about the memory? Can we get it up to the next tier, the next deviation? Right there. Well, it combined with what we just run, this ran okay. Will this now make it unstable? Maybe. Let's see. So 980 DX12 go. Oh, look at that. So boosting that memory got us up to 4948. Okay. Nowhere near what we need. But again, we're just going to keep going to see what is the limit of the memory side now. So we'll try 2 deviations again. Try to go back to that. And then the next one will be right there. This is gonna be a pretty big ask of this thing, because on the GPU clock side, it's on its limit, it looks like. So let's see. Well, that was a major crash, it looks like. It took it quite a minute to recover from that one. Still trying to recover. So memory is definitely at its limit. Well, in combination with the GPU clock, that is. Because there are sometimes chances that you can get a memory clock or GPU core clock to go even higher if you lower the other end of it. And then of course all of this could, you know, destroy your hardware, so you could even end up nuking your card or your drivers, which is, I'd rather my drivers get nuked than the card, but you know, it does happen. So I'll give it a little bit longer, see if it can come back. If it doesn't, then we'll try to restart the pewter. And if that doesn't work, then we will try to reinstall drivers in like safe mode or something using the iGpu. And then if that doesn't work, then we will just save, like trying to recover and save it for tomorrow. That's probably how we'll handle it if it gets that far gone, but hopefully not. Oh no. Oh, my vitamina. Okay. So another thing we can try to do is unplug and replug the display cable, and then since we have an iGPU, we can always also, before turning it off, just try to plug in over there. And sometimes that one takes a minute to switch over to it, so we'll just have to wait and see. But you never know what might open when I'm clicking around and I can't see, so I'm gonna get that out of the way just in case. Nothing? Alright. Pewter. Restart. Restart, pewter. No? There we go. So we had to hold it down. It was locked in deep thought. So let's see. Alright, so driver and GPU seem okay. Oh, now I need to look at the VOD to see what we had the settings at so that I don't repeat that. So I'm probably going to go back I'll take the GPU core, I'm going to drop it down a couple points, maybe one's plenty. Oh, of course it wants me to update the drivers, which maybe we'll do that. That was weird. Okay, let me see now. What the heck were we at? Dude, I can't see. What is wrong with my... Oh, my resolution was too low. That's why. Just turn it up. So we were at 292 on the GPU. So let's just go to like 290 on the GPU. So it'll be a couple points less. Actually wait, hold on. 289. And then we tried to go to 333 on the memory. Let's just go to, oh, darn thing. Oh no, we don't want to go higher. No, stop. Let me see if I can share. I think I've closed everything I need to close. I can share this. Bummer, let me think. Let's just do 324 and 289. Make sure we have full power. Just keep them like that. 324 289. Minimize. 3D mark. So I think the highest we got was 4,944. Let me check. I think I took a picture of the recent
No, we got the 4948. That's where we got. Okay. So I don't want to mess with the memory any higher. No matter what, I'm just gonna, like, that's the highest I'm gonna try. And we'll just try to focus on seeing if maybe by adding millivolts we can get more on the core. But, you know, hopefully it doesn't lock up like that, because that really stretches out the amount of time you have to spend on it. Oof. Massive, like, glitches. Yeah, we're on the edge without any millivolts. That's what we found out that others run anyway. So now I'm just trying to see if we can get that much out of the memory. That would be good. And then we'll start pushing the millivolts up a little bit more. Yay, we did it. Alright, we didn't quite make that 98 score. I'd have to go back to see what the settings were for that. Or we made, I mean, we had a 4948 is what we had. It's probably because we're kind of like, when you're too close to the edge like that, this instability can hurt your score as well. Even if technically your clocks are a little higher. So hopefully, I don't know how well this one takes to having some millivolts added to it, to be honest. So I just want to see if by adding a little as we go, not going to change anything yet. I want to see if that like helps the stability. And then maybe this score improves a little, because if it does, then that means, okay, yeah, we can go back to trying to bump up these scores. So, oops, darn it, taskbar, go away. Save, there you go. Save, 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 save. And we have it applied. So 289, 324, and a 9 millivolt. Oh boy. Let's go. 9 millivolt should not be that much at all, actually. Yo, what's up? Darwin. And Darwin, thank you so much for that follow or whatever they call it over on YouTube. Appreciate it.
And then earlier, Inaki, thank you as well for your follow sub over on YouTube. Much appreciated. And then sometimes some parts of a test, you know, are just more disagreeable than others. I might be wrong, but it seems slightly better. But we still crashed, so like as far as like the visual glitches were less, but then we still had a crash. Alright, so no going down. This is a good way for me to see, well, I don't want that. Let's tell this to go away, if it will. Well, we'll let it finish. Why is it that you always want to do something when I'm doing something? Always an update or something. Okay, I don't need that. But thanks for updating, NVIDIA. Appreciate you. Alright, so... Alright, we'll just see what happens here. Nothing else changed. Do we get any stability? Or do we have bad things happen? So far we've had a lot of bad things happen pushing this. Yeah, it's still having, yeah, it looks like it's on the edge of giving up. But it is slightly better with the 18 millivolts increase. Alright, so was that a normal ending or did they have a micro crash at the end? No, we did it. Okay. But we're actually so unstable that we're technically scoring lower than what we already did. So again, our highest score was 4948. And we might be introducing a lot more trouble than it's worth. Let's see. Let's try another deviation of millivolts. Come on now. Come on. No, down here. Dude, it got stuck. Dude, really? Thank you. Go up 27. Dude, chill. Taskbar. Let's go. Alright, so we come rolling into town. We get some frame slices. Any more frame slices? Oh, there's one. Oh, there's a couple. Oh, this could be bad. Oh, the roof was getting tore up. Oh my god, it crashed. The camera like pan out was like too much for it. It couldn't handle it. Alright, so millivolts are not adding very much stability. I'm gonna turn down the memory overclock. Let's see if turning that down helps us before I mess with the millivolts again. Because, you know, sometimes you can go up higher here by turning that other down a little bit. Let's see. Minimize. And go. This kind of feels like gambling, but it's like, it's weird, right? So this is like gambling if you paid a lot of money to have the gambling at home, right? Like you pay a lot of money up front, that's, you buy the GPU, right? And then the gambling game that you get to do from that point forward is free. You don't make money, and the only money you lose is your time and electricity. And, you know, maybe you kill your GPU, obviously. So there's always that. In case anybody's curious about doing this, you know, that is possible. Ooh, there's a crash. Okay. Now with the memory lower, sometimes another thing I've noticed, at least with my stuff, whether it's because I've gotten unlucky, or is it maybe it's just experience. But one of the things I've noticed with mine is on the millivolt side of things. Sometimes there's no in between, right? You either got to be at the perfect amount of millivolts that it wants, which might be higher than this, or you need to not be hitting it with any, right? So sometimes it's like, it's not just about, well, what is the amount that I can give it? Sometimes it's not that. I mean, it definitely could be like, you know, just unlucky with the particular hardware I have. And maybe other people, their hardware like accepts pushing more volts through it a little bit better. Okay, so that, by lowering them, we pushing more volts through it a little bit better. Okay, so that, by lowering them, we confirmed that it looks like the millivolts, like adding extra voltage, was helping us a little bit. Because that one was an instant crash. So I might just go up to 36 here this time. That's more than where we had it at 27 last time. Just to see if that helps. I don't know. We'll see how it goes. What was the temperature spike? Anything? No, nothing. It didn't even get a chance to. I just thought maybe if there was like a spike right at the beginning, then we would know that there's heat problems. So far, it has not been heat with this. It's just a numbers game with this 980. Our temps have been very good. That was quite the flash it did right there. It almost, I think it recovered. Like it was about to crash right there, so this is gonna be a bumpy one. Yeah, it's bumping and bopping. This is like right down to the wire. We're almost done with the test, but it could crash. It could literally crash right here. Especially those pan outs. I don't know why. It's like, those are pretty difficult. See if we got a result, or was it a micro crash at the end? We did. Okay. 49.44. So we're still not at the 48 yet that we had. So definitely getting some benefits from this voltage slider here. We are definitely getting some. See how temperatures treated us. Dude, this still I should probably look into the hot spots, but like just a normal core, we're still staying under 60. Go. And then I gotta clean a bunch of these scores out. so it doesn't pollute the 7700K leaderboard. Nope, crash. You know what? Let's come in here and let's bring the fan down. Let's try 90. Because it might be just spinning out, and we want it to, you know, grab this air. We don't want it to necessarily spin out. We're running rather hot for this card's idle with all the fans that it has on it. Dude, chill. This taskbar. Oh man, the yawns are getting me. $49.27. We're falling back. It's just too unstable. maybe we bring this back down. No. Let's bring this down instead, right? To see if that makes us more stable. Let's go back to 0 on that. Cause I want to see. Can we be stable? Can we be more stable and do better with the score, even with the memory like not quite as massively overclocked as I was doing? Crash and burn, crash and burn. Lots of crash and burn here. Maybe we completed one that time. Not okay. 4943. All right. So that's, it looks like that was our second best score so far. We had a 4948 earlier. Dang. This is brutal. Alright, let's try. Let's go gangbusters. Come on, little GPU. You can do it. You can do it, man. It's just for one run. Just one run. That's all you gotta make it through. Does this give you more stability, which would equal a better score at the end, even though we didn't change the overclock? Maybe. Maybe. Oh, we even had the discoloration glitch too there. I've literally had it crash right there on the pan out. That has happened to me. Yo, transport everything. What's up? Hello to you. Thank you for dropping by. Yeah, that one was just too unstable, so that dropped us back to 4936. So we fell away from our 4948 score. Yeah, I don't know. We can only go up to 99. That's all we can do. And I don't think we're holding our overclock better enough for it to matter with this build. So maybe we're at the end here. This might be the last, like one of the last pulls that we do, one of the last runs. Let's see. So, well, the core temperature's still fine. Again, I don't have hardware info running, so don't really know the hotspot temps. But in general, it looks okay. And a crash. Yeah, right on the early on. Part of it just barely tried to get going. That did not add stability. I think the best we had so far was at 90. That allowed us to complete the run. But it was still so shaky, we didn't get the best score that we've had. Bring this up. Always like to leave it 1%, so it's technically going at the same speed as 100%, but like it's not maximum power to the fan, so it gives it just a little bit of a breaking room there. Let's try a little less on the memory. Maybe. Man, I should have known that with the 7700K, we're probably not going to be able to break into the 5000s. Not with this specific GPU, I suppose. So maybe on a different test bench of mine, we might do better. Excuse me. And then if we can complete this run, please. It's just so close to crashing, you can tell. This zoom out, this is where I crash a lot, actually. Okay, I think we made it. So depending on, I think I might try one more trick. See if we can get a little bit better result. Yeah, no, see that's not doing it. That fell even more. In your stability, it has a big effect. Alright, so leave that there. Okay, let's try an adapter. Sometimes I have better luck with adapters than just straight HDMI, and sometimes straight HDMI is better. All right, let's see. I think everything pretty much kind of stayed the same. So let's just jump back into the test. Let's just do another run. See if we get a little lucky or not. And then if we can actually complete it, then maybe we'll switch. Maybe change the hertz of the monitor. See if we can, yeah, I didn't like that. Maybe we should restart 3D Mark after changing the adapter there. Let's go ahead and shut this down. I guess we'll leave precision running. Let's go into the control panel. Let's see if we can save like 3% by adjusting this like way down here. Yeah, let's just make it really crappy. See if this monitor can see. Yay, my monitor can see that. Okay, cool. Whatever. And digital audio. Let's turn that off as well. Okay. Okay, let's open 3D Mark. Still the 980 DX12 version. Okay, let's go. Hopefully no instant crashes. Okay. Oh, it's shaky. Oh, it's shaky. Oh man, we're gonna run into some problems here. Oh, this is like just flying by the skin of its teeth so far. Every time it does that, it's like very close to crashing. The zoom out, that's tough. Okay. Oh, we're barely holding it together here. I'm giving her all she's got, Captain. All she can take. And we crash. Alright. At least we went long enough so we can, look at our temps and stuff again. Yeah, again, temperature's not the problem. Alright, so... Let's turn that off. I did lower my memory, so maybe we don't need it anymore. Yo, May! Yeah, that's how it's been feeling this whole time. So again, we may be at the limit. So like, let's go over here. Of what we can do with this specific CPU and this, or this build at least. What is it? Nomad Light. Let's go 980 GTX search. And so yeah, here we go. So the best score we got so far only put us to where we at? 35. I think 35 is the best we could do. Yeah, 35. That's the best we did so far. But again, that's with this 7700K processor. I only have it at 4.8. The RAM is only at 2933. Yes. There's some processors like a few generations before this one. So it is doable. It looks like it would be doable to climb this if I dialed in the right settings. But there's also a lot of CPUs here that, you know, are much newer. You know, 3800 XTs and 10,000 series. But you know, there's 4790Ks in here. So, and then of course top dogs are 13900 Ks, the two top scores from this one person. I think this is the same person. 35th is nothing to sneeze at. That's alright. I mean, again, like I always say, you can always like isolate for your exact CPU. You know. And if we do that, then we're at the top. And that's where I need to like clear out some of these. So let's see. I'm gonna automatically clear out, let's see, let me get rid of the dupes here. Yeah, let's get rid of these. Let's see, hide that one. We got a couple 440 or 4940s. And then I'll clear out even more, but right now I'm just definitely gonna get rid of all the dupes. This is like, look at this. This is crazy. I went a little wild. That's fine. Let's get rid of... I kind of wish 3D Mark did that like automatically for you. Like just, you know, automatically hid you know, your lower runs, you know what I mean? Like every time you beat your run, like it just hides whatever the last score was. And then, you know, that way, because when you hide it, you can still go to your personal results, right? It keeps it from clogging up the leaderboards though. Okay, I gotta refresh this shit. Like I need to find a way to, I don't know if they have like a feedback form, but I would definitely like fill that in. Be like automatically set it to hide your lower scores. And then we can clean up these leaderboards of people like Jonesy Dude. Cause there's a bunch of times I fucking forget to clean it up. And like I just got this stack of fucking scores. That's crazy. Or if they don't already do it, like have like a time thing where it's like within a week it like hides all of your scores that aren't, you know, that's not your top score. I don't know if I'm making any sense, but I have no idea what I just did. Like I'm clicking, somehow I'm double clicking or something. I don't know where the hell I am. Do 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 do. There we go, there we go. Alright, so that's my best score. I'll leave like second best there for now as I'm trying to figure things out. I'll come back and clean it up, that's fine. So I don't know, I think we may actually be... We might be ending it there. Let me just one more time do this. Let's go ahead and try one more run. Crashing. Okay, let's see. Another thing we can do, let's go ahead and close this. Let's get this. Which one is default? I can't remember default. So let's go back to default settings. Apply. Okay. The only thing is I will bring this back up. I will bring the fan back up just so it keeps cooling itself. There you go. Then, of course, I will also, even though everything else is default, that's fine. I'll still let it have its unlimited power. Let's do that. Okay. Then, I think we had a recommended update. Maybe a driver. So let's see what does NVIDIA drivers. What's the latest ones that they recommend for the 980? So what do we got here? This was for the Titan series. Go back to GeForce. Go down to, whoops, 900 series. I don't know why is it doing that. I don't want that. Okay, so of course 980, Windows 10, yada yada yada. Let's go. Okay, cool. Yeah. So the 900 is still receiving these newer-ish updates. So I don't know, that's kind of interesting. You can see how things go with that. So let's go ahead. Let's just go ahead and grab it, download it. Worst case, you know, it'd just be one of those things that we have to redo anyway. So go ahead and do that live on stream. Oh boy. Wow, it's a big driver package here, and I'm sure it wants me to put the NVIDIA app on there as well, which I don't know, might leave it off and do that separately if I happen to go with that or not. I don't know, we'll see. Good grief, man. My stream's hogging all of my internet bandwidth right now. I got no download speed, man. Alright, so it finished. Let's give it a chance to refresh there. Okay, so we don't need this anymore. Yeah, I think I'll skip the app. Let's just get the driver. And then, worst case, we can always reinstall and tell it to do that. Let's see, fan still spinning. Oh, wrong fucking button, sorry. Alright, so yes, we're gonna put that in there. Let's let it unpack. Now this is a very small SSD. I did uninstall a bunch of stuff on it because we were at the limit of this SSD's capacity for storage. And on one of these driver updates recently, we actually ran out of storage space on the C drive. So then we went ahead and uninstalled a bunch of shit. Alright, so here it wants me to get both. I'm going to opt for just the driver right now. I don't want any of that extra stuff using any resources that comes with the new app. I think GeForce Experience already has a bunch of crap that I should have not installed that either. But maybe this will get rid of GeForce Experience. Or at least make it where it doesn't want to run. Let's do custom. And we're skipping over the app. Just tell it to do a clean install. That's fine. Go ahead and go through this. It says, oh, see, I called it. Alright, so let's go ahead and free up some space. Probably by getting rid of, let's just delete this maybe. No, I might need that actually. Let's put this over here on our thumb drive. Wait, not our thumb drive, our external. Let's see if we can place it right here. Oh, good. I have it there. Alright, so we can delete that. So let's get rid of this one. Delete. And then, I think there's some recycle bin shit that I can get rid of off stream here. Pardon me for a moment. Yeah, let's get rid of those. And empty those things. And refresh, and then we'll go in here. Okay, retry. 725. Why do these updates, like, it's so ridiculous how much space they use. Like the NVIDIA folder. Look at this crap. How much is in there? 280. Okay, that's not bad. What about regular program files, NVIDIA? Oh, that's where it's all at. 746. Hmm. Oops. Let's see. Maybe if I get rid of AMD Catalyst. That's garbage. I don't need that. That was from that 7870. We didn't even use that. Oh, what is that? Oh, thank you. All of it? Oh, thank you. Where is my other... Where's my thumb drive? Oh, it's over here on this one. Let's go ahead and eject it. Alright, so let's go ahead and let me see if I can get this one thing to run. Hold on. Didn't mean to share yet. So I got Revo here, and we could try to uninstall some AMD stuff that we don't need anymore. All right. Where is my other image here? Sorry. That's too funny. My bad. Kind of see it a little bit, right? Alright, so let's get rid of this AMD one. Restore point, nah, that's fine.
Continue. This should start giving us some free space. I think it's done, right? All right. Four kilobytes. That's all we got back? Damn. Alright. Whatever. Maybe it'll all add up when we're done here. Intel. Micron. That's not gonna be much. UGA. Like a Radeon one here somewhere. See any. Alright, let's check Windows apps. If there's any AMD, ATI, Catalyst, or Radeon stuff here. Alright, so I don't see that. Bum bum. So maybe it'll give us enough. Let's see if there's any junk here that we can get rid of. Wow, this takes forever. Huh, there we go. And we can delete all these. Delete. Okay. And should be fine. Close that. Okay, let's delete all that. Delete all this. That's fine. Let's cancel. Let's delete that. Try again. That's fine. Cancel. Okay, let's see. One more time. Did we make enough space?
No, we're in business. I think. I don't know. We'll see. Failed. But it doesn't say why. Is it the space again? That can't be why. Is it because of this thing is running? I forgot to turn this off. Bummer. Forgot to exit that. Let's quit that. What the heck? If it's that, dude, that's gonna be bonkers. Why would it be that? I don't know. But maybe because they're both messing with the GPU. That shouldn't be a problem though. Let's go ahead and Alright, they really want me to get the NVIDIA app. I think that's what it is. Like, they keep crashing me just so I'll fucking give up and say, fine, screw it. I'll fucking install that shit. Custom, clean, yada yada. Next.
And then, you know, obviously the ultimate way is just to use DDU, display driver uninstaller, and just, you know, completely clean install this thing. That is the ultimate way to do it. But I was just trying to cut some corners, and that, you know, that's where you can go wrong a lot of the time. Yeah, so let's do that. That's the last straw. The end. That's it. We're not taking chances no more. So we should have DDU already installed. So just you hold down shift and then you go over to your power button, and then with shift down and restart, it should allow you to go into safe mode. So let me kind of hide my screen. But getting into safe mode, as long as that worked and there was no stupidity with your operating system, then it looks like this. You don't have to do anything, just shift and click the restart, and then you get in here, and then you go to, let's see, where is it, troubleshoot, and you want advanced options, right? And then you want startup settings, and then this is telling you that now you're going to restart into the mode where you can choose, you know, these different options, right? So then we're going to click restart, and then that's when it's going to go, that's when it's going to actually look like a restart. Because what you're doing when you hold shift and you click restart inside of Windows is you're telling it to go to that window, and then once you tell it that you want to go into safe mode, then it does a real restart, and then that's how you end up here. Okay, and depending on your operating system version or any other settings you have, you know, you might want to have your, you know, your password ready to go. And then there, so now we're in safe mode. Okay, and then, you know, these things don't really start up. You could have chose with networking if we wanted to, but I didn't need it, so it's gonna be in here without networking. And then I believe I have it on my C drive. If not, I have it on the thumb drive. So yeah, so I have DDU here. Just go in here. You can download it, you search it up, and then when you download that file, it's a self-extracting style file. Like, you go to it and then it gives you this folder, and then inside that you'll have the .exe, and that's how you're gonna run it. And then if it's the first time you've ever started it, it would like immediately like ask for your options, so it would ask all this stuff. And then you just choose what, you know, if you know, or if you've Googled it, or you know what you're doing, obviously you would choose all these options. Otherwise, don't mess with this stuff, you know. Just, you know, take note of it and close it, right? And then I'll just kind of show, I know it's hard to see, I can like maybe blow it up just a little bit here. But this is the way I like to do it. It's basically the same thing at the end of the day, right? End of the day, you're pretty much doing the same thing. All right.
And so anyway, what I like to do is I like to nuke things, right? Fair? What I like to do is I like to imagine, okay, and I'm going to use Sound Blaster as an example before I do the actual display drivers, right? But obviously most people, that's not why you get this. You're trying to get rid of your AMD drivers, you're trying to get rid of your Intel drivers or your NVIDIA drivers. That's the reason you get it, right? So I'm just going to demonstrate because I know I don't have Sound Blaster here at all. So I choose the driver package I want to get rid of, and I click clean and do not restart, right? And then it's going to clean. It usually takes longer than that for your display drivers, and you'll see that in a moment. And it's going to say, would you like to exit now? I say no. And then I'll do it again, but this time I'll tell it to shut down, right? And that's it tells you here in the little notes. It says highly recommend it clean and restart, but I like to like uninstall a couple things first, right? And then of course my antivirus is worried about me, so that's alright. So whatever it is I want to install, like right now it's an NVIDIA GPU, that will be the last thing I uninstall, right? And actually on this one I'm going to leave the Intel drivers alone, right? So first I'm going to get rid of AMD drivers. I'm going to say clean and do not restart. And you can see it takes a little bit longer for this, right? So it's like completed, would you like to exit out? Then I say no. And then I go on to, usually when I'm doing a fully clean install, then I'll go on and I'll do Intel next. And I'll do clean and do not restart, right? I'm not going to do that in this case because I'm happy with my Intel drivers at the moment, and I don't want to go through trying to figure those out all over again. But you know, ahead of time you would have all the drivers you need. You would make sure you have your display drivers for your GPU, but also, you know, have your display drivers for your integrated graphics as well. And because it's just, I just like doing that. I just clean it all up. So let's say we did it here, clean and do not restart, and then I move on to NVIDIA. And NVIDIA, I like to clean and do not restart. Because I like to have a chance to kind of, you know, confirm and make sure it didn't say anything crazy in the log file there. And NVIDIA usually takes a little longer because they put a shit ton of stuff on your computer. Come on. Come on, let's get through it. Alright, and so what did we start with? I think we only had like between like 5 and 7 gigabytes. So again, do you want to exit now? I say no. So on this run, this is the run where I do the NVIDIA ones again. It's just an old freaking paranoia of mine. And then I do a clean and shut down on that. But I'm just curious. Did we gain it? See, look at that. We went from like 5 to 7 gigabytes to a little bit more than 13 gigabytes. And I bet most of that was NVIDIA. So it's fucking crazy that they put that much shit in their driver package that you don't use. Like, there's a crap ton of stuff in there that you do not use. Even if you use the NVIDIA app, there's a crap ton of stuff there. It's just a bloated mess. It doesn't make any sense. Is there anything else I wanted to do? Sometimes I'll also, while I'm in here, I'll use Revo uninstaller around this same time to, you know, uninstall a couple other things here or there that might have to do with display drivers or whatever. But usually this takes care of everything, and then I do my final run where I do clean and shut down. Even though it says that's for installing a new GPU, and you may already have the exact GPU in it that you're going to use, and you're just trying to clean it up. Like, I still like to do it that way. I don't like to clean and restart as much. Even though, as you can see, you're gonna watch me. I'm not gonna take this out. I'm not changing it. I'm just gonna turn my computer back on. And that's how I like to do it. I also like to go ahead and unplug the Ethernet to try to slow Windows down, and you know, make sure your Wi-Fi is not connecting for your computer as well, because Windows will try to install things for you again. And sometimes, not always, that's not always the problem when you go through what I was going through, where the driver just would not finish. That is not the only reason. Like, a lot of times the reason is NVIDIA's drivers and or Windows. And this is an older GPU, and even though they supposedly support those in the latest drivers, sometimes the latest drivers just don't want to work with these older GPUs. Because I think the 900 series is one of the last it's like one of the oldest that's still there. So anyway, you just restart, you know, you turn on your computer and it's you know, it starts up like normal, you log in like normal. Do all those things. Right now I'm just closing things that I don't need off stream. And then because I unplugged the Ethernet and because this doesn't have Wi-Fi connected at the moment, we're not going to have any internet. But that's okay. If you're going to try to just, you know, install your drivers offline, right? Let me double check. Yep, so we're at 13 gigabytes ish. And then let me share my screen. Some of these driver packages, though, they have to be online. But I feel like if I at least get them started... Oh, let me share. Sorry. Sometimes it just helps if I get them started before Windows has a chance to install. Like, even if that means I have to plug in my Ethernet. Like, you know, after that. And then last resort, if you've tried all this and you have, like I do, like a 900 series or even a 1000 series GPU, and you're trying to, you know, get the newest drivers from NVIDIA, right? Maybe you're trying to get the NVIDIA app too, whatever. But what you may run into is it just NVIDIA, they overlooked your specific GPU and Windows combo. Yo, Frajor, what's up? Don't worry about it, dude. Yeah, I'm doing okay. Didn't get into the top 10 for the 980, but we made it down to like something like 35 or whatever. But otherwise, I'm good. Hope you're okay. You know. That happened to me the other day. Like, I was rocking and rolling, building that icebox cooler, and I just got like 3 phone calls from like the same person in a row, and so I had to take that call, and then that call took me a while, and so it kind of like cut my stream. Technically, it like felt like it cut my stream in half, and I had like 2 different streams. because it was like such a big gap in between. Alright, so let me agree. Let's try custom. Let's try clean install. Yep. Alright. Oh no, ice box cooler. So remember the cardboard box with the fans on it that I had, and I put ice inside of it. So the day that I was first making that, I had like somebody call me like repeatedly, and it like made me think it was like super important. So then I answered, even though I was streaming. I went ahead and answered, and it turned out it wasn't like extremely important. Like it could have waited, but then the call like went on for a while. So then it ended up causing my stream to kind of have two parts. You know, it was like part 1 and part 2. So anyway, last resort. Like I said, last resort. If you tried all this and the latest driver will not install, then it's a no-brainer. You just got to try to go back a couple of versions. Unfortunately, there's no other way around it. And you see, it's taking its time. The heat exchanger box. Yeah, that's a lot more technical. Yes, there you go. Dude, why? NVIDIA, come on. It's a 980 as one of your more popular GPUs as far as sales and stuff. There's quite a bit of them out there, I'm sure. Like, you advertise that it's supposedly compatible. And then, you know, this is how you pay your customers, man. Okay, it's trying. It's a trying. Let's go. Finish. You could do it. Come on, NVIDIA. Wait, I said no to the app or I said yes? Oh my god. I may have forgot to say no to the app. Oh, isn't that some bullshit? Oh well. That is what it is, as they say. Oh man. I wonder it's taking so long. It's that, look at that app. Look how weighty that thing is. Yeah, I accidentally picked yes for the app. Dude, what? Alright, whatever. Well, we can look at the temps or something at least. Ultimate games and creative, no. Skip. Okay. Oh, what happened here? Back in the days, I crafted custom water cooling system with a mix of aqua pumps and hoses. Oh, that's awesome, dude. Yeah, I'd love to do something like that. I was just telling someone earlier that one day I want to do a custom water loop cooling system for a PC, and it doesn't have to be expensive. Hell, I don't even mind. Maybe I put it together like something like that, like just, you know, kind of fit things together. So yeah, those pumps are crazy. Especially like the salt water style tank aquarium pumps. Like they'll just go and go and go. So now we are on the latest driver. We're on 5.6.52. Alright, we will not be using that app, so hopefully it doesn't, you know, bother us too much. Let me go to the control panel, because that's where I want to do my resolution controls. Alright, so let's see. What's it got us at? So it has us at the 4K. 60 hertz. Okay. Alright, and this is going to be the last thing we do today, guys. We're going to, let's go ahead and plug in the Ethernet cable again. So the last comparison test we're going to do is we're going to compare if lowering the resolution of our monitor helps save some resources for the GPU 3D Mark runs. Einheim. Yes, very good. So let's go ahead and launch our 3D Mark. And we're just going to do this, I believe it's stock. Let me get this started, and then we'll also start up Precision. Because the only thing I really want to do is just make sure it has, you know, higher power limit. Whoa, that was quite the little... I saw that glitch. What happened, 3D Mark? Alright, so let's go benchmarks. Let's scroll it down. Let me go in here. Okay. So let's go ahead and grab Precision. Oh, sorry. Alright. Now. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, so we'll have the fan at 90. That's fine. Keep our fan locked at something. And then all I want to do is undo that, turn up the power and the temperature. Just tell it to keep doing what it's doing until it hits 91. Alright, and hopefully use up to 125% of its power allocations or whatever. Right, so right now this is with it at 4K 60. So let's go ahead and we're running on the 980. We're on DX12. Still no mad light. go. Well, the splash screen looks way nicer, you know, at 4K 60 than it did when we were doing the, what were we at? Like something like 720, somewhere between 720 and 1080i. But does that rob us of performance? Jerry rig system, yeah. RTP12 fans is the best quality, but they perform great. Quite loud and rattling. Yeah, and I think it also depending on the generation of those, because those fans actually have like a couple revisions, even recently. I think some are a little more prone to the rattling than others. Who's not? Yeah. Nocta's, primo quality, yeah. Alright, so there you go. This is clock. Clocks are all on stock. So we're not, not where we were at. That score of 4948, that's us. That's our best score. But that's with us really pushing over clocks, right? So this is what we got with the desktop, and everything in the background is running 4K 60, right? What happens, all right? And you can see also like precision. We didn't do any overclock or anything. It's just whatever its normal boost are. We gave it the power limits. We gave it the 90 on the fan, yada yada, right? Is there any difference if we just, this is the last test of the night, if we go down here and we drop to 720 resolution, which is going to be massive. Oh gosh, I don't even know if we can like get into all our settings, but anyway, this is 720 60 right here. We'll get rid of that. Probably can't look at precision, so I'm not even going to open it, but we saw where we were at. And then let's try to run 3D Mark again, and we'll see what happens. I do use the NHD15 Noctua on the CPU. Love that cooler. Oh really? Okay. Yeah, those coolers are good, man. And then you probably already heard, but they got those funky experimental liquid coolers that Noctua is working on. The pumpless ones. Those look really, that looks pretty cool. Probably be very, very expensive though. Alright, so last test, just for shits and giggles, people. Last test, stream is coming to an end. Do you gain any percentage points? Yeah, the face changing ones. Yeah. do we get even a percentage up or down by lowering the desktop stuff to render at 720? And if we get a percentage, that's margin of error territory. So, does it matter? But you know what? Sometimes the top 3 in like these leaderboards, they're separated by margin of error. So sometimes margin of error, it can help you. And so there you go. That, you know, depending on how you look at it, that looks significant to me, right? So we went from a 3959 to a 4126, which again, there's variances between run after run. And sometimes I've noticed you'll get a better score on your second run, right? After a boot. But to me, that tells me that I should be running my desktop at 720 when I do these tests, right? And then that way, if I can get that with no overclock, you know, then what happens if I come in here and I put this on, let's say 306, and I put this at 278, right? Or no, 279. Yeah, 279. Save. Alright. And then we come back in here and we tell it go. What happens now? We crash, right? Sign at 120. Yeah, 120, like the smaller the fan, yeah, definitely, because to push more air, you know, if you want more air to flow, then you got to increase your RPMs, the smaller your fan's diameter. And then the larger the diameter, then you can kind of turn down the RPMs and still get really good airflow. So I wish 140 millimeter fans were way more mainstream, and like it was more common for like you know, like radiators, you know, like the liquid coolers and stuff. I wish it was just, you know, that's like the standard, because I love 140s. Yeah, it's not. That's true. Yep. And I found that out because, you know, even cases that, you know, they fit the 140s, or like for radiators, I really like the 420 millimeter radiators. So that's 3 140 fans. Even like cases that accept those, if you have a slight deviation or difference on your on the thickness of your radiator from whatever they've tested, then it's like the fitment problems are crazy. So I wish it was a lot more mainstream. I would go with those a lot more. Alright, so that's gonna be it. You can see kinda got back up in there. A 306 bump up on the memory clocks. 279 bump up on the GPU clocks. We probably could push this, you know, like a 288 maybe. We've done that. You know, we've done that before. You can see that our clocks, we got up to a 1519 on the GPU. Our memory hit 1907. Average 53 degrees on this 980. So it runs cool. Temperature is not your problem unless of course you have a hotspot issue somewhere. I think we'll just probably let it run one more time, and that if it doesn't crash, that's it. That is where we're going to leave it. For George, thanks so much for coming out, man. Thanks everybody else for hanging. Thanks for all the viewers. Appreciate you guys a lot. Wish I could have like threw up some really good numbers, like as far as like straight up the top 100 for the 980 in general. But like I said, we only got to like 35th place. I think to really crack into that list, that's going to be probably in the next week or two when we slap all these GPUs into a 5950X build. Because that would give us some more CPU throttle to like rev things up a little bit better. And then who knows, it's a better motherboard as well, so maybe it's a little more stable in the PCI lanes, because all that stuff can like add up, you know, all those things can give you an edge. So, hopefully we don't crash here, so we can put up one last number, but we are slicing and dicing all over the screen. It is barely holding itself together. I wish I could get in there and just put some duct tape on this video, on this render, because it needs it. It needs Gorilla Glue right now. Stat, it is about to crash. Can it make it to the end? Can we get out into a result? Oh my God, it's close. I think it almost crashed, or did right at the end. Did we get a score? Holy shit, we got a score. It was not like a phenomenal score, but whatever. We made it out of there alive. I can't believe it. Holy shit. What's going on for Jor? Let's see. Yep, they get in the way of the motherboards, but also like sometimes they just won't even freaking mount into the case itself. Yo, Swiss, thank you. You're playing Doom Dark Ages? Oh my gosh, yeah. I've tried it a few times here or there, and it's like I can't stream it that way because it would be the most frustrating thing anybody ever watched. So let's see. Is the only thing we were able to do was 35th? Yeah, 35th. That's the highest we could get. 49.48 was our score that landed us in 35th place. All right. Fuck it. Fuck it. Balls deep. Okay. So let me get my end of the day stuff going here. I thought I had like a cool little outro style thing. Is this it? Oops, no, that's not what I meant. Sorry. I covered the screen. See, look at that. It looks cool. Buddy! How do you, blending mode? No, that's not it. Additive? Oh, there we go. Look at that. Yeah. Out the window, full rage. But problem is, I'm bases have to throw upwards. Yeah, be careful. You know, we've probably all done it before. You throw something against the wall and it like bounces back and gets you. Yeah, be careful with those ricochets, man. So, anyway, thanks so much, everybody. It was a lot of fun. If not exhausting again. I spent all of my time trying to work at Steel Nomad Light. I didn't even try Time Spy at all. And I mean, we might have got some good scores here too if I would have at least tried. But there we go. We have a crash. Karma. Yep, it hit you back. My favorite karma moment is a YouTuber and streamer that I've watched since as far back as I can remember being on YouTube. And his name is his YouTube name is Uber Haxar Nova. And so he had a karma moment when he was raging at Mario Maker, and he threw his controller really hard on the table and it bounced up and hit him in the eye and he fell down, and it was like, it was one of those wasted moments, man. So really, really funny stuff. But anyway, thanks for hanging out. Hope everyone has a good morning, afternoon, evening, or night. And I'm not sure if I'm going to stream tomorrow. Sometimes I don't stream on, like, even when I'm rocking and rolling, like I don't always have a schedule where I'm like streaming like all the time. But even when I am, like right now, I foresee myself streaming like most days, right? But sometimes I'll take Sundays off. Sometimes Saturdays too, but today I just happened to, you know, it just worked out and I wanted to throw the 980 in there and see what's up. Yeah. Game raging can get expensive. That is true. That is true, man. Yeah, see, so a lot of these clocks that we were able to get for the easier test, Steel Nomad Light, now these tests, these do not work over here on a heavier test, Time Spy Extreme, and then we're limited by 4 gigabytes of VRAM, so that might be, you know, putting us at the edge. Dude, what the?
Probably can't even get one score on this. And you can hear these fans really jamming. Older games on older hardware? Yeah, sometimes that's true. Also, another thing that, you know, it's kind of related but not really, is older games, they knew how to fucking optimize shit, you know? You know, it's like Doom, you can get it to run on anything. That's because they coded it really well for what they had at the time, obviously, right? So if gaming would have kept that premise like at heart, like making sure things run well, like if that would have stayed at the heart of gaming development, dude, we could have some amazing games right now. But unfortunately, I don't know. So sometimes older games, yeah, you get a nicer run on some older hardware, you know, that matches it. And then other times, yo, Swiss, what the heck? Coming in here with these bits. Thank you. Guess that's your way of saying I agree. Thank you very much. But you know, and then there are the other exceptions where they run better, obviously, just with the newer, more powerful stuff. You know, you can see that sometimes in it's rarer. Sometimes even emulation stuff will have rare cases where like older stuff handles that specific emulator better than the newer ones, because with the newer CPUs, even though the newer CPUs will be more capable for emulation a lot of times, because you know they got more, there's more power that they can put to it. A lot of times it takes like a completely different like optimization for those people that make those emulators and stuff. Oh, Doom Eternal? Oh yeah, it surprised the heck out of me. Dude, it runs, Doom Eternal runs on my 680. Yo, what's up? Over there on Kick. What we got there? Utrecht featured guy. Well, let's just call you Ui. Uit. What's going on, man? What's going on? You trying to help me out with my Kick and my Twitch, dog? Yeah. Muchas gracias, Mr. Kick person. But that's okay. I'm just, you know, I'm just kind of doing my thing. I get a lot of those promotions over on Kick, where you guys want me to join your groups and your Discords and stuff, and maybe one day. But right now I'm just rocking and rolling, just, you know, having some fun here or there. My main goal is to just try to build like my own like kind of ideas of doing things, and you know, doing stuff like this where I try to get high scores on 3D Mark with like older hardware, right? Or like hardware that I have in my collection that I haven't used in a while. Like that's gonna be kind of like one of the things I do. So, but still,
really awesome. Shout out to you over there on Kick. And just a heads up, if anybody's wondering what the hell I'm talking about, I multi-stream. So that's why if you see the chat on the stream there, you can see sometimes there's like people chatting, but then they're not in your chat, and you're like, what the hell? Where's this chat coming from? That's because I'm trying to give people options, you know, where maybe I can. Every now and then my Twitch isn't, you know, doesn't give you encode options, so you'll be stuck at 1080. So if that happens, you can always go to YouTube or Kick or Rumble, things like that. Oh, look at that. We got a great score. Not bad. Not bad. After we, you know, turn things down a little bit there. Very cool. All right. Temperatures peaked at like 62. Okay. All right, so maybe this is probably what we'll start. We'll probably start with the 980 next time and work our way into. Let's see what we got to show off here. So we got a little baby right here. Wonder what that is. Yeah, I feel the same way for Jor. Like I like Twitch. I mean I like all the ones that I'm multi-streaming to, but like as far as like ease of use, like YouTube, like hands down. And then of course since I upload videos, YouTube for me is like the easiest and best one for like uploading videos so far. But you know I try it every now and then on other platforms. And then for like live streaming, like to watch people streaming, sometimes I like YouTube, and then sometimes for other types of streams I like to go to Twitch. But I'll bounce around. I'll jump around sometimes, but those are usually my mains. It's also because I've been there longer. Like between Twitch and YouTube, those would be my oldest still living channels. I have older channels, but they were on other platforms. And then I even had a couple of like a Twitch and a YouTube that's older than this one. But I don't know. I just stopped using that channel a long time ago, and I don't even know what the hell. I haven't logged into it forever. It's probably dead. That's how Google does. If you don't use your shit like for 5 years, it's gone. And this one was like 10 years ago. So we're gonna test this out as well. Like when we get done with this 980, if not tomorrow, because I might have to skip tomorrow, then we'll be trying to stream probably on Monday or Tuesday. And then, you know, there's some housework and stuff that I got to get done. So if construction and things like that get in the way, that may affect it. So if I don't go live on Monday, then that's probably what happened. So this is a 1050 Ti. So we gotta test this out. But before we get to this little baby, this one's gonna be sweet because it's such a unique thing. You don't see this that often actually. We're gonna actually do something else that's kind of unique, which is a Titan X that's liquid cooled. So I'm gonna test that as well. Not the Titan you already saw. No, this is another. This is the Titan X. Yeah, that's the low profile. You're right. You called it. Yep, the low profile, dude.
Alright, well that's it. Let's call it there. I've done all I can do with the brain power I have left. Thanks everybody for hanging out. Sweet collection. Hey, thanks for the You got some cool shit too, man. I'm sure of it. Trying to figure out if before I go, I wish I could say for sure if tomorrow is a stream day or not. Yeah, I don't know yet, so I can't promise that tomorrow is or it isn't. So if I don't see, either because of me or if it's because you guys are busy, if I don't see you guys tomorrow, then hopefully Monday or Tuesday. But whatever the case may be, everybody, please have a good one and God bless. Ciao for now.